Hey everyone, this is Sunny Justice from It's a Crime and Shame, and do you know what time it is? Well, it's that time for the GoFundMe Marathon with Belynda. Now, in saying that, if you guys have the ability to help out and donate to this GoFundMe, the goal is 4.5K at the moment, but you know what? We'll reach for the stars. But anyways, you guys know that Belynda, of course, is going to be speaking for herself, speaking with some other guests as they want to join up on the live to answer some questions in there. The whole point of this is to raise money for the GoFundMe. Now, of course, if you're not able to, please hit that like and the share. Of course, we want it to go to the algorithm for Jack and Lily, and always keep their story out there until answers are found. But anyways, I want to say thank you so much to everyone that has contributed, and I know Belynda from the bottom of her heart is just honestly, she's just amazed at all the warmth and the love that's coming from your guys' way and the support behind her. So, I mean, I love Belynda so much. Okay. And my sister Chelsea. Okay, but anyways, you guys. So again, it's going to be a great live. Stick around, stay around, hit that like button, donate if you can. Thank you guys so much for being here. And with that being said, again, we'll just YOLO and see what goes on. Okay, so let's have a great live. Don't forget, you guys, the link is up top in the pinned comment, and I'll be dropping it throughout the live. Let's get it on.
A year has stood like pages since that quiet morning came. Two little shadows vanished, and nothing's been the same. The woods still hold their silence, the wind still speaks your names, and every road that leads away still carries all our pain. Time don't take the love we hold or dim the light we've known. We're still calling you home, through the dark, through the unknown. Every prayer, every tear says you're never alone. Though the nights feel so long and the answers don't come, we'll keep hope like a fire till you walk toward the sun. We're still calling you home. Your laughter lives and echoes in fields and open skies, in every candle burning, in every mother's eyes. This town still stands together with hearts that won't let go. Your names are stitched in every soul, more than you'll ever know. And though the trail feels cold and lost, love still points us home. We're still calling you home, through the dark, through the unknown. Every prayer, every tear says you're never alone. Though the nights feel so long and the answers don't come, we'll keep hope like a fire till you walk toward the sun. We're still calling you home. If you can hear us in the wind or feel us in the rain, know every step we take out here is calling you again. No time, no distance, no silence could ever break this thread. You carried in 1,000 hearts, in every word unsaid. We're still calling you home, through the dark, through the unknown. Every prayer, Every tear says you're never alone. And one day we will see what we're holding on to. Two small hands in the light coming back into view. We're still calling you home. Still calling, always calling. Still calling
My bad. Oh, that was a lot of finger moving around. Hold on a second. I'm going to put this one back up. Haven't had that one up for a while. I keep leaving it on my original one. But anyways, Belynda, I know you hadn't seen that video. And of course, like I said, I just like to add my little special touches because this is about Jack and Lily. And thank you for being here. Oh, sorry, I muted you. One sec. My bad. I muted you.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Sorry about that, guys. All right. Well, Belynda, obviously today we're going to, again, this is about raising money for the GoFundMe. And then I know Charmaine's going to be coming on about 5 and Nova about 5:15. And as for others, I'm not really sure they got their messages. But anyways, like I said, YOLO. But thank you guys, everyone, for being here. Thanks, Charmaine. And what's his name? Ben, for donating memberships to 5 people, each of them on there. And then, Ben, you became a new member. Anyways, so thank you for being here. So, Belynda, again, this is really about the GoFundMe, really, and, when Charmaine comes on, she can talk to you, Nova, me, I suppose. And, just the support and love, for Jack and Lily. So again, can you just explain to people why, the GoFundMe?
I don't have the financial means to hire a lawyer. That even a site that I'm on right now, it's called LegalNet, and they provide lawyers for low income that can do payments. But even they charge anywhere from $100 to $200 an hour. And that's the low end. So I'm hoping the GoFundMe will give me enough funds now that I'm seeking new counsel, that I can have a local lawyer handle my case.
Absolutely. And let me just, I'll share the actual page here. Was just a screenshot. Charmaine, I seen you so that's where that amount was, because it was so it's been kind of stagnant since I last did the live with Belynda. Just really hoping for the support for anyone that can do. Of course, if you can't, as the poll says, please hit the like, the share, do whatever you can that way. That would be great and awesome. So I'm just going to share the screen with the actual GoFundMe right here. I haven't hit refresh since that okay, so hold on. So 3,444, and Charmaine donated $45 51 minutes ago. You guys, I'm not really overly used to this whole GoFundMe thing. So I want to preface again by saying that I didn't even know about the GoFundMe originally, because that's probably during my downtime from being here. And so it was I believe I want to say it was at $2,004 until me
somewhere
and
around there.
Yeah. And, so for what you guys have done so far, just thank you. Right. Belynda, I know she was on the next day thanking people, and, some very generous donations as well in there. There was one that was 411. I was trying to think to myself, what does 411 mean? Well, it means in Canada to look up a phone number. whenever somebody has an odd number like that, sitting there trying to think, what, like, what was that meaning? Like 411? Do you think it was, maybe 911
Now, I
on there?
think what it means is where the GoFundMe takes out a percentage, so some people will add their percentage to their
Oh,
donation.
okay. Yeah. I mean, I've donated to very rarely to GoFundMe's, so I don't know the gist of like how they work. So I'm just gonna
It's a
play a
learning process that it was a little more complicated than what you led me to believe.
come on now. Blame the other daughter. I'm just trying to look here. Now, sorry, I'm just only because I saw people say that they did. Oh, here we go. Uh, Angela donated. I don't know if that's burn or buy. Angela, uh, $9. Thank you. That's because that's coming from like pounds or something like that, or think it is. Okay, I still don't want to. Well, I'll keep coming back to it. I don't know that I've. Tell me if I've missed you, if anyone, because I'm not overly good at this. Anyways, um, again, thank you guys all for being here. Um, the okay. Now I don't think, but Jack and Lily, you're fighting for the guardianship, so you can have a say, or anyways, just talk about that for a minute, if you could, Belynda.
I'm going for guardianship. Uh, Malaya has had a rough couple years from everything that I've heard, that life has not turned out the way she was expecting. And herself, I've heard her state that she is seeking to better herself and to get the help she needs. My belief is if Jack and Lily are alive and they're brought back, I don't want to see them go into CPS care when I can look after them. We are going on the premises that they are just listed as missing, so I'm going on that premises for the guardianship. If if they're not, I would like to be able to have a say on what happens afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Shar.
Hi,
Oh,
how's
there you are.
everybody? Linda, how's
Hi,
it going?
Sheriff.
Yeah,
I missed the
she's got.
first bit of the live stream, so
Well, we were talking very badly about you, but you don't need to know about that part. No, I know that you just finished your live not too long ago. At the end, you were telling people as well to come over here. You know that Tanya was doing her live. I don't know how people know. Like meaning, I tagged you and other creators in the live. I might have said the other day. I don't remember, to be honest with you. When you were like, "How do people know that? How do people know that I was gonna? Where are you guys seeing it?" Well, I don't remember my own brain right now. I just
yeah, I
know I
went and I
tagged.
looked at your thumbnail in the description. I'm like, my name's not in here. How do you guys know? Like, how did she know?
On the community post. I had tagged you and Nova and Justin and Daphne and that. Maybe did I say something, you guys? I don't remember on there. But anyways, um, let's see. Now, Charmaine, just to ask you, thank you for donating those memberships earlier, you and Ben. Appreciate that. Ben just became a member again. Ben. Uh,
Wow.
yeah. Anyways, Charmaine, did you just ask you, because this is just always a YOLO live? Is there anything specifically you wanted to ask Belynda or talk about or anything like that? Since it's been a minute, probably, eh?
Yeah, well, it has been a bit, but about the fundraiser, I don't know exactly what it's for. Like, I know that you are looking for a new lawyer. So can you, and you've probably already explained it to everybody, but I've missed it all. Can you explain to me? I did do a GoFundMe donation today, but I don't know, like, is this for the new lawyer or like what?
Yes.
Can you explain? Because people are asking me too, and I'm like, you know what? I have no idea, but I'll ask.
Galen was pro bono for me, so even though I had to pay for court costs for registering the papers and that, all her work was pro bono. A new lawyer, I'm assuming if I can't find another pro bono one, I'm going to have to pay for all those legal fees plus the lawyer fee itself. And I don't have the funds to do that. It's pretty expensive for a lawyer for an hour. And if my case goes forward, so far it is moving. And if it goes forward to court, I'm not sure how long it's going to be in court for. So it can add up.
And how is your search for a new lawyer going?
I've contacted one group so far called Legal Net, and they put you in touch with local lawyers for your area. It's a fee of $25 to register your name, and you let them know whether you need a criminal lawyer, family court, which I need a family court lawyer, and they will send me over a list of names that would be in my local area that I could contact to see if they would be interested in taking my case.
Gotcha. And you haven't heard back from any yet? Nothing yet?
No, so far they've only sent me 2 names. One is family, the other is criminal, and I'm still waiting to hear back from her.
Gotcha. And do you have another hearing scheduled? Like, is there a timeline on this?
There is another hearing scheduled in June. And I'm really hoping I can find someone till then. It has been requested by the judge for Daleen to stand on standby just to handle that hearing if I can't have one by then.
Yeah, that makes sense. Other than that, that's pretty much all I was wondering, really.
Okay, thanks,
Yeah.
Charmaine. Oh, sorry. And if there's any questions for Belynda in the chat, again, it's just kind of like a GoFundMe live that obviously we're here to raise some funds to help Belynda out, but obviously, you know, for you guys in chat too, that as I think in about 15 or 20 minutes here, Nova should be up. And it was just an opportunity to really, you know, sit with Belynda and kind of, like I said, raise money for the GoFundMe and just talk with her about things. Yeah. Belynda,
I would like to apologize to everybody that has said hello. Hello, I really appreciate you being here. I can't see, I have to use my phone, and my glasses are really not good for my phone. So I can't see the individual hellos and the well wishes, but I thank you all.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people, a lot of people love and support you. Chelsea Gray, your daughter just typed, thank you to everyone who can help support Belynda. Chelsea Gray, as you know, is Belynda's second love daughter. I'm sorry. Sorry, Chelsea. I'll poke the bear on that one for a while more, probably still.
Okay, Hello, everyone.
Oh, there she is. I was looking at the comment, and all of a sudden I see your face on screen. Is that the first time you put it on screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it was nice to see it for a change, eh? I mean,
I deeply, deeply appreciate and love having her here.
yeah, I know. Actually, go ahead, Belynda. Just talk about that. with your daughter, if you don't mind. I remember when she was kind of, you know, like coming, like talking a little bit in chats. And then as time, of course, grew, she was starting to become a lot more active in the chats and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, actually, just tell us about that with your daughter. Just kind of like, from when the case started, I guess, with Jack and Lily missing, and to where you like, in a sense, I'm asking to where you two are at now, from kind of like the beginning of it, and just the love and support for
My
each other.
daughter is one of the biggest supporters that anybody could have. That she's only seen Lily and Jack a few times, but she has been here and she has done her best to protect me, to shield me from some of the stuff that's going on out there. And anything I need, she is here.
Mm-hmm. Chelsea, did you want to say anything from the side?
Not really. Trying not to
Wow.
get teared up now.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, obviously, it's just really nice, of course, that, you've been there with Belinda, of course, your mother, to, through this case and stuff like that. And, been part of all the, you know, good things, bad things necessarily and stuff like that. But, anyways, it's always nice to have you and see you in chat and stuff like that. So, thank you for being the second best daughter. On there. Now, Belinda in chat. Not sure. I'll have to come back to that in vision. I think about Jack and Lily every day. Prayers, Belinda. Baudette says, "Amen. Daughters are special." Chicken whispers, "Hello." It's a little black bear. Hug to you. But anyway, and up further was just a ton of people, of course. Obviously that have your back, Belinda, regardless. That support you, which from me, and for sure that no one disses on Belinda. We're here for a good purpose. That purpose is Jack and Lily and stuff like that. So yeah. Let's see here. I still will play it, if you don't mind. Charmaine, I was like, I watched her play this on her live, and I was like, get off my stuff. Anyways, if you don't mind, Belinda, I'd like to play the prayer part at the vigil that you said for Jack and Lily. If you don't mind, is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to do that, guys. And so I want to thank, so Hunter True Crime came out with a video yesterday. Pretty sure I was the first one to like and comment. As soon as I seen it on my iPad, I was like, because I went to actually go look for a couple of videos of his, and I noticed he had taken some down, and I was like, no, where's the one with the discrepancies in it and stuff like that? And then all of a sudden, lo and behold, this like over 2-hour video. So I just want to make sure banners. Whoops, come on back out, banners. So. Is it up? No, hold on. Obviously, why is my thing not? Hold on. It's right here. Oh, no, that's hidden in the fog. Why? I'm clicking on Hunters, but for some reason, it's not. Huh. It's so weird. Let me come off of it for a second. Maybe this will do it. Oh, show. There we go. Nope. Wrong one. Why is it not clicking? Weird. Never had that. Save. Okay. Show. There we go. 102 crime. Okay, so I'm going to play that really quickly, if you guys don't mind. And share screen. So again, that's Hunter's channel, you guys. Again, it's a 2-hour and 30-minute video Yesterday, I don't know about you, Charmaine, but like I was listening to it and then I fell asleep and then I woke up and then it was still going. That's a when you're laying
No,
down, you're laying,
no, I
what?
listened to it all the way through, and I even got halfway through it again a second time. So I was so happy to see even just the smallest little bits of stuff that I hadn't seen before. So I was like, new.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
because there's a lot of things like and Hunter has always been really good at, like when he did like the inconsistencies and stuff like that. And just putting and remember he did all at the time of the interviews, he had put all the interviews in chronological order. So Hunter for that has always been my little go-to. So it was really great to see that the video came out, but always nice to, like sometimes you just forget, Charmaine, right? You just forget so much stuff because it's been over a year, and then you hear it again, and you're like, "Oh yeah, right, right." Anyways, so I'm just gonna make this full screen for a minute, you guys, as I play this. So this is like again where Belynda is gonna say her poem for
The
Jack and
children's
Lily.
paternal grandmother, Belynda Gray, says she appreciates the outpouring of support.
This is my birthday promise to Jack. Every step is a prayer whispered to the wind, a hope that a search may help our hearts to mend. We hold steadfast the pictures of Lily and Jack, seeking answers to bringing them back. Our loves like ribbons spread throughout the woods of Lansdowne with searchers about. With every sunrise, I renew my vow to find their sweet faces, not knowing how. No distance or time can sever this hold. The story of our love has yet to unfold. Our spirits are a compass with a needle set true. It points to our grandchildren, and if I may, it points to you. We will walk every trail, every creek and river with this grandmother's love, and with all of you, our search for Jack and Lily will always push through. For grandparents' promise is etched in the soul, and I'll search for our grandchildren, no matter the toll.
People have beautiful hearts, and I know if we give them a chance, everybody can help, and everybody wants to help. So I think this is beautiful.
Everything's been searched at this point, so I think
Bring us back up, and there we go. Anyway, I just wanted to let people. I know that Charmaine played it towards the end of hers too, but I wanted to play that as well. Just obviously, like I said, you've been always emotional, and you've been at every vigil for Jack and Lily, and always being a voice out there. And honestly, like as a person that's a non-party to the property, you've been the strongest voice out there for Jack and Lily. So obviously, bless for all that you're doing to keep Jack and Lily's, awareness out there. Charmaine, I'll come back to that, Chelsea. Do you remember what is her name? Shoot, why is the first name leaving me? McClurkin from Delphi.
Katrina.
Karina, that's it. I don't know why I kept saying Christina in my head. And remember how much the grandmother just kept fighting for just to find what happened to Karina for like 5 to 6 years it was. And she just never gave up the fight, and truly, of course, Belynda, I hope it would never be that long. But, she was such a warrior for answers for her granddaughter and stuff like that. Just like you've been a warrior for Jack and Lily. And I just pray that it won't take that long for sure. But yeah, but for all you're doing for that. Now, Amy, someone named, hold on one second here. Stop share screen on there. And just to Charmaine, just like anyone, if you need to go at some point, just say, okay. I know you've probably already had your long day so far.
Yeah, I
share
won't stay
screen.
too long. I do have a question that I want to ask. Like, I assume this is still about, Jack and Lily in the case and whatnot. And there was a
Sure.
question that came up recently that I wanted to ask Belynda, but if you have something to do first, you can do that, or I can ask my question now, whatever.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So I have to look over here for a second. Belynda, the day that you went out to the property and Daniel said that he would talk to you, but he wanted to talk down the driveway, so you walked down the driveway a little bit. What what was so, I guess, secretive, or am I reading into that too much? Like, why did he want to walk down the driveway, and are you comfortable sharing what you talked about?
I'm not sure why he wanted to walk down towards the middle of the driveway because my sister was in the car right out by the road. When I went close to the door and Janie wanted to know who I was, and right away he come out and he said to his mom who I was. And I asked if he would mind talking to me. And he said that, yeah, he had no problem. So he come down and we were handy the trailer and he said, look, he said, I don't want to talk here. He said, do you mind if we move out a little further? A part of me was wondering, I didn't understand why, but I figured he just didn't want his mom overhearing the conversation. That's what I took it to mean. It kind of surprised me. I thought he might have invited me in because the flies were really, really bad that day. But that was on May 17th. He
Oh, okay.
he went on to tell me that he's been thinking about Friday morning ever since. He doesn't know what happened. He told me that he believes Cindy and Haley had something to do with it because they were supposed to meet up at Patty's when they were doing laundry. Cindy was supposed to come and visit, but she called and canceled at the last minute. And he said, looking back, he found that really suspicious. And he said something about her talking to Haley, and what would she be talking to Haley about that hour of the night? And I asked him, I said, well, do you think Malaya knows anything about it? And he said he really doesn't know, that he's been thinking he can't see it, but he really doesn't know. And then he said that his mom had heard the kids and she heard a shushing, and he put his fingers up to his lips like that when he said that to me. And he said none of it makes sense. And he told me about the app on his phone. Now, I did not see that communication. He just held his phone up and said that he's got the app right here on when she called the kids in. He said, I didn't even know she was going to call them in sick.
Mm-hmm.
That he told me about a blanket. He mentioned a blue blanket, but the exact words now I can't remember. But he did say about a pink blanket and a blue blanket. He said that one was not Lily's, that the police had folded it right out for him and he knew it had nothing to do with Lily. But then he never mentioned the blue one after that. But he told me about getting up and how they had heard the kids, and Lily poked her head in the room a couple of times, and then when they woke up again, that it was silence, and how they ran out and checked everywhere and ran outside. And he told me about going through the woods, going through the waist deep water. that everything that you basically seen on the interview, he told me pretty precisely of what he was saying on all the TV interviews.
Yeah. And just really quickly, has your opinion or your thoughts changed at all? Like, I think most people are in agreement that the adults on the property were responsible for their safety and their well-being, but as for where the kids are, where they could be, what possibly could have happened to them, has your opinions or thoughts changed at all over time? Because it's been a while since we've talked about this kind of stuff, right? So,
Yeah.
I don't believe my grandchildren are alive. I don't. I know people tell me I should have faith and I should have hope. But I knew after searching Saturday, and when I went back Monday to search, and Logan told me that Malaya had left, that told me right there they weren't coming back. And that hasn't changed.
right. And just sorry, Sunny, I'm not
No.
taking over. Just one more real quick
No,
because
that's fine.
Daylene
But the whole point of
Daylene is
this is
here.
that we're raising, the whole point is that we're raising money for the GoFundMe, and then, whatever chatter happens while Belynda's on the live, then so go for it.
Yeah, because I'm highlighting this because Sunny, you'll remember as well, at the very beginning, before I had talked to Daniel, we started looking into Paul Ward, the bus
Yeah.
driver's brother. I can't
Yeah.
remember what got us onto him, but we had information about him, and I asked Daniel about him very early, like the very first conversation I ever had with him. And he told me, oh,
Oops.
well, he's out west or whatever he said. But Belynda, which, do you remember when he mentioned Paul Ward to
I
you
had a
or
conversation with him. I had texted him because I had seen a Facebook post and somebody stated about Paul Ward's brother having charges. So right away I contacted him and asked him, what does he know about Paul Ward and what does he know about Brian? And he said he kind of grew up with Brian. He's a very good man. And I said, well, what about his brother? And he said, that was the first thing I did was call his sister, and he's out west. I said, you don't question Brian Ward at all? I said, did you suspect Paul was what he was? So why wouldn't you not think? And he said, no, you've got it wrong. He said, he's a very good man. He was one of the first men out there searching, him and his wife.
Right. I've heard other stories about Brian Ward. It's the brother, and it's important to look into. Hey, Nova, back to you, Sunny.
No, hey, Nova.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you just fine on that.
Okay.
I
Good.
know.
Hi, Cher. Hi, Belynda. And hello, everyone in the chat. I see y'all saying hi. Took me a bit to get connected there.
Nova, just before I let you talk here, I'm just going to say, Amy, thank you for your donation for the fundraiser, and which was, I think, $17. And then Belynda donated again to you for $150 22 minutes ago. And
thank you so much.
Yeah. So we'll go through it all through the live multiple times, you guys, with the donations and the shout outs and for everyone. And we'll come back to some of the questions and stuff like that. Nova.
Hello.
Thank you for joining. Has been a minute.
Yeah, you're welcome. No problem at all. Belynda knows how dear she is to me, and I definitely support her. Any of the family members, that it's about being supportive, understanding, and doing what we can, right, to
Bring answers.
yep, to bring answers, to help in whatever
Awareness.
way we can.
Mhm.
I really have no questions for you,
No.
Belynda. No, not really. Um, I do want to send you lots of love, of course, and lots of support. You're in my thoughts. Um, I sympathize with you, Belynda. Um, I don't think many of us here know what it would be like to be in the position you're in, and with 2 missing grandbabies. I'm gonna try not to lose. I find lately, and I guess we all go through different stages, even us as just people in the community, people who have been supportive all the way along. For me, most recently, I have been breaking down more. So I'm gonna really try not to here tonight. But, you know that, I just not many people can put ourselves in this position of knowing what Belynda would be going through with 2 missing grandbabies. The feelings and the stages of that, you
Yeah.
know?
Thank you, Nova. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Especially when, like, just like you, right? Taking care of your own grandbabies, you know.
Mhm.
So to ask you, because Belinda had answered this question like last week when we were talking, she said she actually finds that it's harder. And you just kind of mentioned, I think, the same type of idea. Can I just
Mhm.
ask you, Nova, like, what part do you feel is making it actually harder or making you break down more? Um, is it because of the time and still no
Uh,
answers?
a lot of things, and that would be one for sure. Um, Probably taking part more in, um, being with the searchers and being out at the site, being at the vigil and seeing what, I'll say the family members, because not just Belynda, but um, the friends that were there, just and the court too, being at court and just seeing what people are going through that are so
Yeah.
close to this, and the look, the shock, confusion,
I would.
and
Oh, go ahead.
they are just as bewildered as the rest of us. They want answers. They don't understand what happened, and they just want Lily and Jack found. We all do, but I mean to see these family members and friends, you know.
Mm. I was going to ask you because I've asked you this usually every time that you have been on. What's the feeling in the community? Is it what you kind of just said? Like, is it, I don't know, what's the feeling in the community since you're obviously all part of it there?
Um, it hasn't really changed much. Um, people still feel that, something obviously isn't right here.
Right.
Now, whether something happened directly on the property or the kids wandered away. Something is not right here. And, especially with McCammon coming out and saying both of two things, and like I had mentioned on my show, when you take those two things and put them together, that he said it's very unlikely they're in the woods
Mm-hmm.
and it's very unlikely they're alive.
Yeah.
Well, those two things right there, just those two statements. I mean, I feel he's telling us so much without being able to come right out and tell us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
In
100.
those things like that he says, and other things he stated as well. But those two things right there, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Let me ask, Belynda, do you feel the same way? Because I feel the same way. It's like, to me, there's definite moments, even in that press conference. It's like he's saying to stuff to us. I think for me, the one that always stuck out the most, at the time of the press conference, the first one, was when he said basically, well, if we thought that there was an abduction, we'd we'd tell you,
Yeah.
but you felt like that a little bit of I don't want to say tood, but that's assertment as when he said that. Did you?
It makes me feel like they definitely have an idea and a thought process and a theory that they're definitely working on. And I know when I had asked about a few things, especially with a lot of this new talk coming out concerning Anita and that, and I was told that they are only interested in what pertains to their investigation. Everything else is just noise.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So
there.
I do feel that they have an idea of what they're thinking.
I do. Charmaine, do you feel the same and all that? If you wanted to pipe in there.
I do, but like it leaves me to wonder. So it's still a missing persons act investigation, and like Nova said, it's unlikely they're in the woods, and the probability that they're still alive is very low.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that leave? Like, what are we left to think if it's still a missing persons investigation? Do you know what I mean? Like, where if you're sticking to what the RCMP say and what they've said only, where does that leave us? It's troubling.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I do want to say this to you, Nova, because you live within the community. My heart obviously goes out to you because it's a total different feeling than someone like myself who's not like who understands the sadness of the case, but not within the mix of the community and feeling and being able to go to a court, able to go to the searches and stuff like that, So, I definitely understand where you're coming from, with.
Well, thank you for saying that, Sunny. And, and there's much more that needs to be thought here. And Belynda knows that as well, as far as CPS. It's looking most likely like something went wrong there. And all of a sudden, CPS decides to change their sharing of info. Belynda knows what I'm talking about. And then we have our child and youth advocate that is desperately needed here in this province. And, we have a case of 2 missing children going on, CPS involvement, and our government turns around and gives our child and youth advocate a $300,000 budget when they were requesting a $6.5 million budget. And 2 other provinces here in the Maritimes have budgets in the millions. And there's something wrong with that,
Absolutely.
you know?
Yeah, it sounds like a cover-up of some type.
Right? The CPS sharing of info, all of a sudden, I mean, I hate to sound conspiracy like I'm not that person, but, I mean, even if that was something that was on the table right now, do you really think this is the time that should have been pushed through? This would be
Right?
a time that you wouldn't want to be sweeping stuff under a carpet or under the
Right.
rug or
I
whatever that
mean,
saying is.
the whole point of DV and CPS is
All the
it's
statistics
always been pushed under the rug, and now we have a government wanting to do it.
to do it. When we're trying to push and have been for years, because I've advocated this for years, and I'm not the only one, that in this province that there needs to be change. And not only are they not moving towards it, they're going backwards. They're going in
Yeah,
the other direction. In the middle of this concerning
right.
2 babies.
Yeah,
Um,
so to me, I totally agree with this conspiracy thing now.
I hate to use that word, but
It nothing is. I don't even know what normal is.
no, your brain can't process how that's right, how that can be possible.
That last
Um,
summer we had a fire ban, and the water table was its lowest, and nobody was allowed to go search.
yeah, yeah.
And yeah, I just don't understand any of it.
And then we find out that's actually against the law to do that.
Right.
Yeah,
A little late now.
yeah.
Yeah, so I don't exactly know what you're talking about with that. So what do you mean? So that it was illegal. So that meaning when children are
So
missing
there was an individual who fought that, who was told he was not allowed to go out
and
into the
search.
woods. Not searching,
Oh,
he was just going for a walk with his dog. And he wouldn't listen, and they kept giving him the fine, and he fought it, and it ended up that is illegal. You can't stop people from venturing into the woods.
oh,
It's
okay.
illegal. Yeah. Yep.
I think
And
wasn't
so
that
when you have 2 missing children,
yeah.
and you would want, do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, your brain
absolutely.
just tries to process that. Like, how does something like that happen and be
Okay.
passed off as okay when people could have actually been out searching?
Right.
Yeah, like I said, most of the rivers were almost completely dried up.
Mm-hmm.
The lakes were at its lowest point. It was such a waste of time.
Yeah. Like, Nova Scotia is known for being a very controlling province. Right down to what you're allowed to put into your e-cigs. Like, it's known. Like, that's not a conspiracy. That's just a known fact. It's a very controlling province, compared to other provinces. You can go to the next province over and you can do stuff in that province that you can't do in Nova Scotia. It's just, I always said Nova Scotia is like pilot project province,
Huh.
to see what they can get away with. But,
It could be.
and yeah, honestly. Um, and I just learned that from working in healthcare, because I know there's always the pilot project, right? And you always end up being the site that's the pilot project, and if it works here, then we'll flow it out to the other sites.
Mm.
So But yeah, anyways, those are, getting back to Lily and Jack, but those are just things also that are taking place here in our province as well. There's
Oh no,
other fights that stem from this that
from
make
yeah.
other fights stronger because of what's been taking place with Lily and Jack.
No, but this is all good stuff to hear because, like I said, you living there, knowing, like I said, more what's going on within, the case in a sense, and the CPS, and like I said, this fire. I think, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't that like quite a few months back? I remember like there was that situation that made an article, and it might have been about this, the guy walking his dog or something about the fire ban.
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah.
Well, I don't know if they said anything about Lily and Jack. Now, maybe they did in one
Right,
of the
no.
articles. I might not have read them all,
Well,
but
no, just that it was, just about the part that the fire ban was on,
Mhm.
and then somebody was whatever, like you said, I think walking the dog. I think it's the
Yeah.
same thing I'm thinking of.
yeah,
But
and he kept coming, and he'd come back again and get another fine, and he'd kind of say, F you, come back the next day, get another fine. He just kept
yeah,
getting fined. And he was like, I'm just going to take it to court and fight because he knew the laws.
right,
And he knew, no, this is against the law. I'm allowed
right,
to go in the woods. Yeah.
yeah,
And October was when they lifted the fire ban. And what amazed me was out of all the areas in Nova Scotia, Pictou County was just about the last place to open the woods up.
Yeah, it was. Yes.
that's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's right.
Right.
You guys, just for 1 second, just going to pause everyone talking. And we're going to go back to the GoFundMe because people have been donating. We're at $3,904 from the $3,390 that it was at. So I'm just gonna put this bigger on the screen here so we can go back to this. So like I said, Belynda, 41 minutes ago, and bear with me because like I said, I'm not exactly huge on GoFundMe for knowledge on how. I'm just trying to look for where it says 41 minutes or so Belynda 150. Hold on, I gotta tell you this for a second. She scared me today, I'll tell you, because all of a sudden this message came in and I thought it was from you, meaning that Belynda, there's a few people that I specifically, wanted to give them the option. Not everyone, of course, is comfortable, right, Chelsea? Coming up on live streams and stuff like that, right? But anyways, so I seen this message that came in that says, I think I'll just sit and chat, and then her saying that she would love to donate to you again and speak from there, right? I thought it was you, Belynda. And I was like, what do you mean? Like in my head for a second, I'm like, what do you mean? But the GoFundMe is like about you. What do you mean you're going to sit and chat? That's all that went through my head. And then I realized that it was the other Belynda on my messenger. But she gave me a heart attack for a second. I'm like, wait, what? So I'm going to sit here and do the GoFundMe and Belynda's going to sit and chat.
Was it Belynda Believes?
Yes.
Yeah. I called her one time and thought I was calling Belynda Gray. And I got I think I got a sentence out of my mouth and she goes, whoa. You got the wrong Belynda before you say anything you don't want me to hear.
I know. I was just like, it took me a second to absorb that it wasn't actually Belynda. Just because, besides the why. Yeah.
I thought my name was somewhat rare growing up. I had never heard it as a child or as a teenager, but as an adult, I've met 3 so far, but still mine is the only one with a Y.
Can I say that back east, it seems like you guys are very common for switching out a I with a Y, like even Cindy's name, you know what I mean? I've noticed that is kind of more like a common thing over there to throw a Y instead of the I over there. Anyway, sorry, but I had to say that because it honestly gave me a heart attack, made me laugh after I realized. Nope. So Cheryl Light, Cheryl, $137 20 minutes ago donated. Charmaine donated $45 a couple hours ago. And I'm just gonna have to scroll, you guys. Okay, Anonymous donated. I knew that there was another one in there. Anonymous donated $35 49 minutes ago. Stephanie Roberts donated $13 21 minutes ago. Stuff, huh? And Anonymous 44 minutes ago donated $20. Angela, and I don't know if I'm saying the name. It's either Burn or yeah. Let's just go with Bernie. I don't know. $9. Sorry, Angela, if I'm totally butchering your last name. Dawn donated $5 44 minutes ago, and so I think I'm good for the moment. I think I got that. I think if I missed you, let me know.
Thank you,
But
guys.
I'll let one
That
second. I'll let Belynda
that's
come
really
back.
awesome. Thank you, guys. That
What?
pressing the wrong buttons here. I am so grateful. Thank you guys so much. That is really generous.
Yeah. Thanks, Belynda. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say I heard Belynda saying there about, saying that people are commenting on her about the hope and that.
Mm.
People have to, I try to think outside the box. And again, it's probably from being a nurse working in healthcare for so many years because you have to try to put yourself in other people's shoes all the time. But I think people, if you take into account of what Belynda has gone through, which, Ninchy True Crime did do a video on, so I'm not saying anything that Belynda, hasn't put out there. Her husband, who was a fisherman and lost out to sea and ended up, passed away. And I'm sure the hope that was felt there, and with her brother, and was it a niece or a nephew, Belynda?
My niece.
A niece. Belynda's been through a lot of tragedy, and I think that makes a person more realistic to things,
Yeah.
So, I think of that and think, well, I can see where Belynda's coming from there, being more realistic about this situation. And that's what I talk about, when I say stages, because everybody goes through their thinking process and stages and feelings in different times. And I could see that Belynda would come to that point a lot quicker than others would. Um, so just a thought for people to keep that in mind, that, Belynda is more realistic, and it would be most likely due to her life circumstances. Yeah.
And females know this especially. You go with what your gut is feeling, really.
Yep.
And the likelihood of something, and like you said, just being realistic with the situation.
Mhm.
I mean, we all know that at the end of the day, Belynda would love to have Jack and Lily, just
Yep.
magically appear right now for us. But,
Yep.
that's correct, being realistic. I know that, obviously, Belynda, and I don't want to speak for you, but I'm going to for a second. But I mean, obviously, there's going to be that bit of hope, no matter what, right? Because the answers aren't known at this point,
Exactly.
but it's the likelihood, and through things obviously that the RCMP kind of said as well, it just even adds more to that. But the likelihood is very low, and that's just being realistic, regardless. So I would never want someone to fake their feelings in a sense. And like for me, if it was happening to me, I felt the same way about Jack and Lily from the start, type of idea. It's like after a few days, you're just like, nah, something's really wrong here, and then the likelihood of, getting a good result, within that time of, even for children especially, is usually going to end up not so good, for an answer. But go ahead, Belynda, you can speak for yourself. But
Yeah, no, I was hopeful Friday talking to Malaya, and she said how everybody was there. I was hopeful Friday. I was hopeful Saturday. Monday, I was having my doubts. And by Monday afternoon, when she left, it was gone.
yeah. Such a weird thing for a mother to do, like, just, it wasn't even the fact that she was gone. It was the fact that she was gone, and then what transpired after it.
But Malaya, I knew, idolized her kids.
Yeah.
She really loved her kids. I seen that every time she'd come here. I seen that every time we went to visit them. Her kids, they were babyfied to her, that they didn't want her out of their sight. They were really mama's babies. And to know that she left, no.
Yeah.
Belynda, I want to come back to ask you something. Oh, sorry, Nova, did you want to say something there?
Oh, I was just agreeing, and that was the first cue to me too that something's not right here. A mother doesn't leave the property unless something's wrong, and not in the sense that I thought, because it did not enter my mind that, oh, this mother's guilty of something. It entered my mind that there's something, the things that we've learned up to now. That's the first time it entered my mind that, is there something bad going on here as far as in the relationship? And now she might be thinking, did he do something to my kids? And then when I found out that RCMP had asked her, do you feel safe here? Well, then I just knew that, oh, well, it wasn't safe there, because that's why they're asking. They don't ask that question for any other reason. And I know that as a nurse trained to ask that question. There's things that prompt us. I've had to ask it. They have to ask it. Paramedics have to. There's reasons why. And we just don't willy-nilly go around asking people that question. And so it kind of backed up my thought of, okay, that's why she left that day, when I found out the RCMP had asked her that.
Oh my goodness.
I don't want to interrupt, but I gotta go. I gotta get going. So
I was
thanks
literally
for having me, everybody. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. I was just literally going to be asking you, like, you got to get going, because I think there might be other people too that want to come up. And I know that you've already had a long day. Charmaine, I love you, girl. Have a good night. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you, Charmaine.
Bye, Charmaine.
Bye, Charmaine.
Bye, guys. You're welcome, Belynda. We'll talk soon. Take care, everybody.
Bye, Charmaine.
Bye.
Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Oh, hey. Not looking so pretty this way, are we? All right, let's go this way. Oh, I gotta take this off. Well, Nova's face is hidden behind that anyway. So nothing worse when you're pretty up sometimes.
I'm in my jammies, so
yeah. Okay. So Belynda, I want to say Cheryl. She just donated $100. You're at $4,004. You guys, tonight's
Cheryl,
goal.
Thank you.
Yeah. I was going to say we're going to try to reach that 4,500 goal. I know that that's a stepping stone, with it. But if we can reach that, that's great. But if not, you know what? Again, thanks for everyone for the love and support for Belynda. Hence why this live is today, and just to show Belynda the support from this channel, and then from you guys, obviously, are able to, and stuff like that. And then I feel like I was going to say something else and I totally forgot. Can't remember now. Ugh. All right. Nova, did you want to say anything else here?
No, just that I agree with Belinda that that was definitely the moment that you kind of got. I mean, and Belinda was there, of course, and she's the grandmother, but it's same as me. I just thought something's wrong here. Like that
Now,
just doesn't happen for no reason that a mom would leave the property, right?
well, I was going to say, because I was looking at a comment and then basically I heard you at the end of what you were saying when you said that person said something to her or what. And I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That the RCMP had asked her, "Do
Oh.
you feel safe here?"
Right.
And that's not a question that's just asked out of the blue willy-nilly. There's a reason why that's asked. And
Well,
there's just things that for all of us, I guess, when you're following, you know, what took place here, and there's certain things that strike you, and that
Yeah.
it already struck me, of course, that she left the property. I thought that this is not right. There's something going on more here. Like, what is going on?
Yeah,
That
that
would take
took place right after the altercation, I think, with the
Yeah.
families. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
1 second.
And around 4:30, I guess, she left.
Mm.
And then when I found out that, because it was after that, I found out, well, we all found out, but it stuck out to me. Like, as soon as I heard it, I knew, okay, police officers don't ask people that question willy-nilly. There's something that prompted them to feel the need to ask that question. Same as me as a nurse, when I've had to ask it, or a doctor has to ask it, or a paramedic would have to ask it. We don't just ask everybody that, there's a reason why that leads you to asking that question.
I'm assuming it might have had to do with the accusations that were being thrown towards Daniel, towards that altercation, that brought up the thoughts that would she feel safe being there?
Yeah. Well, that I'm sure there was probably things they were noticing before then in their profession, and then that probably was, yeah. It'd be interesting to know when they asked her that, before then or after that.
When the cops asked her that, you mean?
When they asked her, "Do you feel safe here?"
Mm-hmm.
Be interesting to know.
I know it's been said.
I thought I had heard that took place when the police took everybody aside to find out who played what part in the altercation.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah.
Because the way Daniel had said it was that she said that she'd felt the safest and, with him. And the next thing, what he said was that.
Isn't that also in one of the reports, her saying that?
Mm-hmm. Jeez. Honestly.
I can't remember if that was in the documents, but I know he said it, but I don't remember seeing it in the documents.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it's just so much info has come and gone and different things. It's like trying to keep your head straight with it all, especially as we get older.
Yes, I hate to admit that there's things that I'm forgetting. I have to go back and read my book and, yeah, my book of notes.
I wish I was an organized person, but I'm just not. It's kind of like at home and stuff. It's like, it's do it when you clean, when you have to clean or want to clean. And other than that, just whatever. Like me and my husband just do it. Usually when we clean up and stuff, it's just together. But my twin sister is very organized, very, very organized. I think I rebelled. I just want to say this. I'm pretty sure that because my mom always made us iron our clothes, make our beds before school, we always like my mom always liked a clean home, like all the time, like sterile almost. And I feel like I just rebelled and was like, when I moved out on my own for the first time, I think I was 16. I was like, "Pff, I can eat breakfast whenever I want. I can do what I want. I can go out to the store whenever I want. Nobody can tell me what to do." And I think I just never let it go. Right. So when it comes to like, I was trying to do this one day. I was trying to go through all of my downloads and put them in file folders. And then I made it about maybe halfway and then I got exhausted. And yeah, never
Yeah.
have tried again, to be honest with you.
I
I usually,
never thought to keep notes. I never kept comments. I
yeah,
never kept nothing the first couple of weeks because I really thought we were going to get the answers.
yeah,
It wasn't until about the second month when I was advised to start saving everything I seen or come across or was told to me.
hmm. Belynda, can I just ask you, um, when's the last time you needed to, or the crimes unit or whatever? Like, when's the last time you ever spoke with them or did?
About 2 to 3 weeks ago now.
Oh, okay, okay. And is it something you can say or no?
Well, I specifically called them with Anita and a lot of the things she was
Oh,
stating because I was worried that if she was a witness for anything and I was hearing some of the things that were coming out and it's like this isn't good. So I called and I told them my concerns and they stated that yes, they knew who she was. And they told me that they're not too concerned that when it comes to statements and that, they're only paying attention to what involves their case of Lily and Jack.
right.
Anything else, they just
Yeah.
push to the side that it's just noise.
I don't.
And
I
I
don't.
said,
Oh, go ahead.
well, I also asked, I said there are some creators that are stating that that Malaya is absolutely innocent of everything. I
Mm,
said, I'm taking this girl, I'm going to court for guardianship. And if she is cleared of everything, I don't want to cause more harm. And they just told me that it is an open investigation and nobody's cleared of anything. It's still an ongoing investigation.
right. Right.
And he said creators that tell you that they know a lot of information, he said they don't know nothing.
Yeah. Well, and by the way, Pinky. Um, thank you for the donation, Belynda. You're at 4,096. Trying to get you to 4,500 tonight. See if that happens. Thank you guys. So, but you can go ahead again. And Pinky donated $100 31 minutes ago, and
Thank
she
you,
donated.
Pinky. Thank you.
Yeah, on there. Yeah, thank you so much for, of course, coming here to support Belynda. And I know that both Belynda and Pinky, and I think there's another one. I think even Dawn. And forgive me if I'm not saying this right, but I remember they had donated in last week as well. Again, thank you, guys, for being able to dig in your pockets and help Belynda out and stuff like that. Not everyone can. But if you could at least hit the like and share while you're here, or like minimum, that would be amazing and awesome for that. So thank you. And what I wanted to ask is, because it's confusing me, if you don't mind, I don't really want to touch on it. I need to say so much, but like meaning, because of the purpose today, but whatever. Are you guys clear on when she actually came there? Because when she speaks, she talks about being there the first week of, when Malaya was calling the tax, that Cindy traded in her vehicle on the Tuesday, and she basically had a whole week worth. Nova or Belynda, are you clear on what day that Anita actually arrived
I
at?
can only go by what she told me. She told me she arrived on Malaya left on Saturday, she arrived on Sunday. That is what she told
Okay.
me. Other than what she has told me, I don't know.
Okay.
My
Just-
understanding is 3 weeks after. 3 weeks later.
When I was in Ken's chat, I was told first that she had only babysat for 3 hours. And then that had changed to, I think, a few days. And now I heard, like that she arrived 3 weeks after. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. And unless you have someone like Major Crimes or somebody to state otherwise.
Yeah, and like they said, they're not paying much attention to anything she's saying anyways, but I think those who are saying 3 weeks, because I'm sure there would have been texts that, okay, I'm heading, I'll be there on
Right.
such and such a day.
Yeah.
I'm sure those individuals would have evidence to show. But I mean, who's
It would be nice if evidence was out there to show. It would be nice to put it to bed and show it so it could be stopped in its tracks.
Yeah, but for people to have to waste their time to, like, I honestly, I don't pay attention to her. I want to hear what, like, her and Janie were on the other day. I don't care. I don't even know what Anita was saying on that because I'm only listening to what Janie's saying. Trying, because
Yeah, that part is true. I don't
exactly
understand the reaction everybody is having.
yeah.
Well,
Like I could care two shenanigans. Pardon the pun of Anita. It's the same as I had with Darren. Same thing, because to me, I'm kind of like the RCMP is just noise that I just block out. But what I do want to hear is on the other end of that, Janie, right? Like what is Janie saying? Is it still the same? Are there contradictions there? Is there more information that she's saying that we didn't hear before? Like that's what I'm paying attention to. Yeah.
Well, so I'm going to disagree a bit with both of you on that one, because if in fact she was there and witness, like if she was there, whether it was a week, say even 2 weeks, but her timeline is showing what she's saying, she's talking that week up, is that so I am interested in things that she would have, say, witnessed while being there, or when she said she spoke to Malaya, or when she tried to get the receipt for the boots from Malaya. She said she had, and she said it took her 4 hours. So stuff like that does interest me. And so her drama doesn't, the side shit out of that. No. Same with Darren. All his, say, speculation and all the drama that but so I'd ask Kent, do you believe that Patty said to Darren, meaning are you believing Darren basically, that Patty said, that Malaya said that, don't worry, I already have plans, right? And now Kent says, because there's been so much going on when they're both talking, now you just don't really know where the truth lies, and you take it with a lesser grain of salt, because it's, you just don't know where that truth lies. But so that's the stuff that I'm interested. I'm not interested about the Chancelays or the Jordans and stuff like that, or you know, I'm just interested in the little particles, because it would mean something to me if it was truth that it did take Malaya 4 hours. Now, I have a particular post that kind of goes along with the fact that I'll just say this, with Malaya not exactly exuding any sort of emphasis on about her kids missing, and you know, when they're missing and stuff like that. All I can say is it's not from Haley. I just don't want to say it's not from Haley, okay? But it's from somebody close to Malaya, right? And the gist of it is like, is this a mother basically looking for her children, or what? Because it sure doesn't come off that way, because of the actions the person's witnessing. So that's why I'm curious with Anita when she says that it took her 4 hours, which I believe is an exaggeration, but you know, about the boot print receipt, or the fact that, you know, that Malaya was on the phone talking with tax credit people already and stuff like that. Those are the things that I'm kind of, you know, amongst obviously Daniel, Janie, and whatever, but it's those little pieces. It's like, is it truthful? Does it sound truthful? Does that make sense? And all that stuff. But because she's coming so later on into the mix of everything, you know, at this point, it's like, I mean, when some of the stuff, if I do believe her, it's just only adding to what I already think anyway, you know, but that's just my own thoughts, you know?
Well, and that's just the thing. Like, I mean, I would agree with you if I thought she was a truthful person. I would want to hear what she has to say. But
Yeah.
because, I mean, I'm the type of person I watched you for a while before I made a decision that, okay, she seems to be a good-hearted person. You know, and then I make the decision from there to I'll start chatting in the chat, stuff like that. Same with her. I watched her for a while. I actually added her for as a friend and watched her Facebook. And I'm not even a Facebook person, but I wanted to see who's this person. And eventually I came to the conclusion that, well, she's not a trustworthy person. She's not honest. And then for me, I'm the type of person that's it. I can't listen to anything you have to say then.
I get it.
Because I can't sift through it. I can't sift through that 90% bull to pull out a little tiny bit of maybe truth that I don't even know if it really is truth because this person's such a BSer. I just can't do that. But
I was gonna say, you probably listened to her more than I have, to be honest with you.
well, when I was checking her out to see, you know, is it worthy? Is this info worthy? And then I just no, it's not. And then I was done with it. I'm done and over then, right? For me, it's a hit it, dismiss it. But as far as the CRA, getting a hold of CRA, CRA. So my understanding is, you know, that she came into the picture 3 weeks after. If that is correct, which I do believe that to be correct. It's not unusual for a parent to be contacting CRA because they have to, if you look up what the stipulations are with CRA, when a child is passed on, and it was made very clear with RCMP that the children are not alive. They state it. That the likelihood of the children being alive is, you know, not good. That is to be reported to CRA within 4 weeks. Because I looked that all up. And so, yeah, at the 3rd week
But if the
mark,
case is classified as a missing person, doesn't it take 7 years before?
well, and that's what I was going to say. Then on top of that, you have the whole complexity of this, because what does happen? Who would know? You would have to make contact with them to figure that out. There's going to be a lot of back and forth, I would think, with them, because they're presumably, according to RCMP, not likely to be alive. And we're still hearing that from them. However, it's a missing persons case. So how does
Right.
that, what do you do? So there would
The
have to be, there would
RCMP
still, sorry, Belynda.
No, I'm sorry. The RCMP would be the ones to clarify that. When my husband and the crew went missing, it was the RCMP and the search and rescue that made the decision that there was no likelihood of survival.
Yeah.
And they would
So,
have to do the same here.
yeah, I would think so too. And so it's a tough situation. So definitely conversation would have to be had with CRA, and I highly doubt it's something they deal with every day. So
Yeah.
they're probably going to say, well, there'd be some back and forth for sure. Yeah.
And the thing is they have a longer rope, still classifying it as a missing persons regardless. They're not going to turn it into a criminal, even though they might know that it's criminal behind the scenes and stuff like that, which I firmly myself believe they do.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But obviously they're not going to be turning into a criminal, right? Until they can, to me, charges. I remember plunking this all into AI and the reasons why the RCMP and whatever do what they're doing. How this could benefit probably the other case going on and stuff like this, that, and about playing the long game, because there's obviously information that they need to project this case further. And, whether that information comes tomorrow, a year from now, or whatever, who knows? I just, so just like lots of times I just sit there with AI, and some people don't like AI. I don't care. It's my best friend right now besides Google. I enjoy trying to ask it to stick within the facts of the case, or why RCMP would be doing this, what their reasons are, whenever, and then it's like sometimes like it gets the timeline wrong a little bit in the case, a few things, but it's like having a personal secretary, but a personal robot that has a ton of knowledge from the internet, but taking cases into account, taking the percentages of the cases and stuff like that, always asking it hypothetically, can you give me your opinion on, I think yesterday, Belynda, I said to the AI, I was like, hey, what are some good questions to ask Belynda? And then it literally comes up with some, but, I'll ask it like about the blanket, like who had the most opportunity for the blanket. And of course it comes back what Daniel did, that he had the time frame, right, with it. So I just kind of just like to, plunks things in there. But anyways, one of the biggest things when I was asking it was, kind of like just asking it about the case and to give me the most factual information about why the RCMP is having it as a missing persons and and then it gives off the long list of why type of thing they would do that. And I'm just like, makes sense. But I know it makes sense. I just like to read it more in point form. And I like the way that it, can also look at things, whatever, logically. Some people don't like AI, but it's not about not being able to use my own brain, but it's like, so obviously my brain is asking AI these questions, in a sense, just to clarify it more into point form, which is way better than I could do. So, but anyways, um,
Yeah, if you know how to use it and ask those questions properly, and then you know, you followed the case and already have some information, a knowledge base,
right.
and then you know how to reword something if it's spitting back something that you're like, no, 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 that's not what I was going for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that.
Use your brain when you're still use your brain when you're using it.
Well, I was going to say, like, whoever that Larry person was that,
Shy.
you know,
Oh God, that was oh.
yeah, like I didn't. So first of all, I've never listened to it, and I would never. I'm not gonna, because I literally don't care, because it was literally taking a bunch of the junk information,
Right.
from the internet as well. No, I just want to stick with like the facts. I don't want it to give me, like, when I'm talking to AI, for instance, I say only from the documentation out there, you know, uh, you know, not none of the freaking Darren Getty's hidden stuff and stuff like that. Only from the documentation. Can you tell me da 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 da? Right? So or only from the factual information can you answer me? Right? So I don't want to listen to a bunch of crap that I know is wrong, and that's why I know AI has some timelines wrong when it comes to, when it talks. Like, for instance, it was talking to me the other day as if it was that Malaya left 4 days later. And I said, why do you keep saying that Malaya left 4 days later when it was the next day? And then it was, of course, it's saying, well, good catch on that. The reason why is because that's when it was first acknowledged in the news article, right? So that's why it was using that time. But it said, you're right. She did da 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 da. So, because I was getting kind of pissed, because I'm like, why do you keep saying 4 days? It made sense, because in
Yeah.
documentation, on there.
Yeah, he used AI and then said, yeah, feel free to go through, and if you find any mistakes, let me know. No, how about you not use AI
Yeah.
and do it correctly? And by the way, this has already been done by American Justice, and hers is correct, and she didn't use AI. She did it the right way. So,
Oh, okay. Just quickly, I want to say, Leah Scantos, thank you so much for your $98 donation. You guys, like, the goal for this is, a recent donation too from Karen Walker. So Karen Walker, thank you very much. Karen spells her name with an I, not an E. Everyone's switching it up these days. All these different ones.
she must be from the East Coast.
I must be from the East Coast. So, Belynda, you're at $4,234. Thanks to all these wonderful people that are in chat right now. You guys know I have it on subscriber only mode, and I just always want to explain that. For me, it's not about how many clicks and views or subscribers I can get. It is about the fact that I feel like I just, at the moment, at least anyways, or for the time being, I only want the people that actually are subscribers to the channel, and not just the passersby, and they come in here with their comments and stuff like that. So, hey, if you want to come and be able to talk, then subscribe. If you don't, then you can watch and enjoy it that way. But I just feel that you guys are subscribers, and you guys deserve to have your comments be first and foremost before non-subscribers do, and so that's why I do it this way now. It's just my way, and simple as that. Okay, let's see here. Now, Nova, I don't know how much longer you got, or if you need to get heading off yourself here. I just know you're at 10:16 your time. Like, was there anything else that you wanted to bring up, or
No.
do you need to go?
No. Well, it's up to you. If you want to kick
No.
me off, I'll leave.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. But let me ask in chat. I'll ask this first, okay, just to do it correctly. Is there anyone that's donated tonight? Okay, I'll say tonight. just in this live. Is there anyone that's donated that wanted to come up, and I drop you a link, and then you can come up and, you know, either give your love and support for Belynda. You could maybe ask her a question. So just in chat, though, let me know. Okay. Because there was some other people that were supposed to come up, but, you know, different people have different things going on. And I know it's, you know, not everyone can just drop it. But anyways, so I just want to give anyone the opportunity out there. I got to scroll down, though, guys. So I'm going to miss a bunch of comments here. Sorry. I'm backed up. 1 second here. Okay. So I'll just look out in chat to see if there is anyone that does, then just say it in the chat. But right now I'm just asking for the people that have donated during this live. I'm just trying to do it first that way. Okay. Where is the link to donate? Karen Stevens, it's up, but it's right here. I'm just going to drop it again. The goal is to reach 4,500 tonight. I mean, if we shoot for the stars and get to 1 million, that's awesome and amazing. No, but you know what I'm saying. Thank you guys, regardless, for everything. Okay. Belynda, like I said, I'll let you do your thank yous again. You're at 4,234. So we're just under 250 shy of the 4.5K mark of this particular part of the GoFundMe. Karen Walker, Belynda, Cheryl Light, Cheryl, a different Cheryl, or Share Cares, you know, which her name is Cheryl as well. Recent donators, Pinky, again, $100. Let's see, Leah, Susie Mack, 92, Anonymous, no, that's no, Charmaine, Karen Walker, let's see, 2 Hour Anonymous, and Stephanie Roberts, and Anonymous, 1 hour ago, Dawn Patterson, 18 minutes ago, Angela, was 2 hours ago. Dawn, thank you guys. I just want to say all your names again, just because, you know, again, when people do kind gestures like that, it's just important to always recognize it. It's, you know, your guys' money, and you guys deserve the love back. Not to say that people that aren't donating don't deserve love too, but you guys never take whatever I say as an insult to others, please, because it's not.
No, the generosity is amazing. I thank you guys so much. I really don't know where I would be and how I would be fighting this without you guys. So thank you.
Aw, that's so sweet. I was going to say, Belynda, there's quite a few channels that still cover Jack and Lily's cases to try to bring the awareness out there, you know, and it truly does make a difference. But it does make a difference when family is being a voice for the children out there. So again, kind of like the start of this video, you know, Belynda's been a warrior for the fight for justice for Jack and Lily. And you know what? I want to go back to a question, because I want you to answer this for people again. There's some people out there that keep going, and I know your daughter answered, but I keep saying to you, like, Belynda, well, why didn't you do anything? Like, why, you know, in the 2 years and stuff like that? I want you to, if you don't mind, just to answer that one again, because I want to be fair, and at least, because the comment wasn't asked ignorantly, but it was, you know, but some people keep saying that, and I feel like there's that it's not definitely.
The first year after Malaya and my son broke up, Malaya would come here with the children once a week, once every 2 weeks. She'd spend the whole day here. Once she met Daniel, and she let me know that he was uncomfortable with her coming here. We decided that we would go to Patty's to visit them then. And we did that for about 6 months to 8 months. And our last couple of visits, we noticed it was a little strange that we knew she had somebody there because you could see the male clothing. But she seemed to want to hurry our visits. And then when she mentioned about moving, I was really excited for her. I thought the kids were going to have a great yard to play in. I had no idea she left until she left. And then she let me know that she had moved. She told me that it was in Pictou County. She described the place as being farmland. The kids will have a beautiful big yard to play in. She said reception was really bad there. And she wouldn't be able to contact me as much. So we stayed in touch through Facebook, Messenger. I used to bring the kids gifts to Patty's, and the first time Patty answered the door and we chit-chatted, Patty is a wonderful person, at least my experience with her was. The next time we showed up at Patty's, she wouldn't answer the door, so I contacted Malaya. Malaya said to just leave the gifts in the porch. Then the third time we went, Patty wasn't home again, and Malaya never contacted me back that time. In the end, when I reached out to her, I said, look, maybe be better if I just e-transferred money for the kids' gifts. So that's what we decided, but we kept in contact through social media. And she was always saying how great her life was, how good Daniel was, that the kids loved him. She was even telling me she was going to change the children's names. And I told her I supported whatever she decided to do, that we love them. And if she's happy, I know they're happy. I don't know when that changed. I always thought she would come around. My last communication with her was for Lily's birthday. And I had e-transferred, or no, I told her that I was going to be late with Lily's e-transfer because my check hadn't arrived in time. And she said it's not a problem, that life is great, and she was happy and chipper on the phone. She told me that she was going to bring the kids by for a visit, and I told her that we're looking forward to it because we miss them. And I told her again, if she wanted to bring Daniel, bring him, that we'd love to have him here too.
Yeah.
So I honestly don't know what happened. I thought with a little bit of time with her new family that we would be able to get that closeness back. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. But the one thing that seemed to be very clear is that based upon Cheryl and pretty much everyone, Haley and that, is that Malaya changed after meeting Daniel. Pushed people away. Well, she said that Daniel basically forced her to, but you're still in charge of what you do, you know. That seems to be like one of the common factors, but I would never sit there and blame you at all for, well, why didn't you do something before? Well, I mean, in the 2 years or 16 months, I think, or 7, whatever it was, you hadn't even seen that property, didn't even know where, and you were supposed to be meeting up with Malaya like prior to the kids going missing.
Yeah. March, she said she was going to bring them by for a visit.
Can anyone explain this to me quickly? Okay, so Angeline is a friend of Malaya's. Cheryl's a friend of Malaya's. Do you guys did someone see anything about a post about Malaya's friend Angeline missing. That Angeline that is missing is friend with some bad people. Do you guys know anything about this post?
I haven't heard anything.
It's Nova, you as well?
No, I haven't heard anything.
Hmm.
Is this something that just happened?
I don't know. I just, yeah, you know, I'd never believe Facebook stuff, but I just saw some people putting it in chat and, yeah. Anyways.
To what Belynda was saying there as well, I think again people need to think outside the box and understand that things like this happen in families. It's not the first time, it won't be the last time where things like that with relationships happen and then they circle back around. And like Belynda said, that they were actually planning on meeting up again for her to see Lily and Jack. And when things like this happen, people go missing or people are breadcrumbed.
You can say murder.
Murdered. Not talking about Lily and Jack, but in general, like just thinking of someone here in Pictou County, those things are now taken away. Now that opportunity will never be again because Lily and Jack are gone. If Lily and Jack were still here, I'm sure by now Belynda would have seen them again, being that Malaya had reached out to her and was they were working towards that, that meeting of her seeing Lily and Jack again. But unfortunately, when people go missing, those opportunities never have the chance to take place. And, that's sad.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. In my head, I just can't wrap my head around why someone would act. Well, I guess, each to their own opinions, but I just can't wrap my head around. It's kind of like, wow, Belynda, you could have done this and that and stuff like that. Considering, first of all, I think
I think that way myself. I do. I think that way myself. I think that way that the times that Patty didn't answer her door, I knew she was home. Her car was there. She just didn't want to answer the door.
Why?
I questioned why. I wondered why. And maybe people are right. Maybe I actually should have stayed there and waited. Maybe I should have forced an issue. I'm not a confrontational person. I tend to take people at their word.
Right.
And I tend to give people space when they need it.
Yeah, right. And that's
my
just
advice. My advice to people now. My advice to people now is no. You push it. You push it till you feel comfortable knowing everything's good.
In a perfect world, sure. Hindsight's always 20/20, Belynda. You know that, right? Definitely. Well, that's just the thing is that hindsight is 20/20, and who would have thunk that Jack and Lily would just vamoose and vanish and stuff like that,
Exactly.
And people, and the thing is that I can understand where Belynda, is. I'm sure everything. You know what I mean? It's like when I'm like, okay, like like even taking, and this is totally off the different direction here, but like it's like when my dog died, and I felt so responsible for that. but yet it was the way the day played out, meaning in a sense, but yet you sit there and you keep you just wish that you could take back that moment, that second, that of this and that. And that's where our heads get sometimes the better of us for, like I said, for even thinking that I should have done this differently that moment or this differently. Like I said, it's hindsight, but a head can do you in, and Belynda here is not to blame whatsoever,
No, not
yeah,
at all.
yeah,
Nobody should be saying that. And that's why I'm saying it's when things like this that take place that should never be taking place. There should not be two little children missing. Those opportunities should still be there. Um, but they're
I was
not.
I was grateful when she kept the relationship going. I just felt grateful because I do know her heart was broken by my son. I know that.
yeah,
I seen that. So I was extremely grateful that she wanted to keep us a part of her life.
yeah.
So when she wanted to back away, I couldn't argue that. How could I
Well,
argue that when my son walked away?
No, I
So
think
I
I would have did
waited.
the same thing. Yeah. I would have
absolutely.
did the same thing, Belinda, and you and I've talked about this before, and I said it over and over, like, do not blame yourself. There shouldn't be two precious babies missing. That's why the opportunity for things to circle back around didn't come. It's not because of anything you did, because there's no doubt in my mind
Yeah.
that you would have seen your grandbabies again. Um,
It's, and unfortunately, Nova, we all know that our head can do us in sometimes because
yeah,
it's like I said, it's hindsight. It's all these things of would have, could have, if I just would have done
yep,
this, would have done that. And yet the two people that are responsible is Daniel and Malaya, um,
yeah,
for why these children are not here, bottom line of it, and so for people to sit there and place blame like that, acting
mm-hmm,
like, well, Belynda, why didn't you step in? Exactly. And I get that. She was absolutely just, I've done the same thing with my own son. It's like I had to, like, just let him have his space, type of thing. When he wants to talk and stuff like that, then, da. So I can understand absolutely and relate to when Belynda says that, you just take people for their word and you just want to give them the space and, know that they're still there, knowing full well that her son's in her relationship, obviously wasn't a great relationship, didn't go too well and stuff like that. But, you know, still part of the life when sometimes a lot of the mothers will kind of like get rid of the, grandparents to go with the ex that they didn't want to be with and stuff like that. So, anyways,
yeah,
to me, that one, Belynda, um, Jack and Lily are missing, but it's definitely not because of anything that you have done. I'm just,
no.
yeah, but I'm sure.
That to me, that stuff is nobody's business. That's people's private business. It's even down to Cody because eh, again, we've heard of those situations where those things happen and then a father realizes, what the hell am I doing? I got to get my crap together, work on my, life, be a better parent to my children, and things circle back around and they move forward. Again, that has been taken away from him as well as the father because now that opportunity will never be there because Lily and Jack are not here. Um, you know, eh,
Mhm.
that's stuff people shouldn't be dangling over anyone's head or trying
Yeah.
to.
Well,
eh,
yeah. I mean, we all know that the internet is, full of a lot of people behind the computers, saying a lot of, and can, obviously a lot of hurtful things
Hurtful.
and stuff like
Yep.
that. No one's, I don't think, immune to stuff like that. Now, just quickly, I want to say thank you to Charmaine. You guys, our goal here is 4,500 for tonight's live, at least to reach that. We're at 4,322 raised. Charmaine S. was the last person to donate. I don't want to keep Belynda on too long, only because I had to go to the dentist today, and this was originally scheduled for Saturday. And I'm kind of hoping that Alexa joins me on a live tomorrow, even though I totally forgot that was the same day. But anyways, Belynda had asked if we can do it on Friday, so I needed to, of course, go to the dentist and then come back and wait till my lippy. What actually it wasn't. It was numb, but it wasn't like the 2 weeks before that, where I was like there on this side, and then it was more like like that. This time it wasn't quite like that. It was more like this mostly, but just feeling the numbness of it. Anyways, you guys. Okay, so for you guys in chat, is there anything that you specifically? I'm coming to you guys now. Is there anything that specifically you wanted to ask Belynda yourselves while you're in here? Again, the opportunity for anyone that was there anyone that wanted to come up and speak to Belynda?
Sonny, I'm going to say good night.
Yes, okay.
And I'm going to say lots of love to both of you.
Yeah.
And Belynda, you're welcome. And you're always, always in my thoughts. And Lily and Jack every day, of course, are in my thoughts.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I love your beautiful heart, Missy Nova. It's one thing
thank you.
Always stands out about you is just you're just one of those, pure golden hearted people. And that's what I love. Even if sometimes like I'm that person that can like say, talk to you 2 months later, say, hey, Nova, how's it going? And still feel like I didn't miss a beat. And, just meaning of who you are and, just your kindness and just your love.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you for having me on.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate that.
All right. Good night, everyone. Lots of love. Lots of positive vibes. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Thank you guys. So Charmaine, thank you. And Nova, thank you so much. Again, there was a few other invites. A couple people messaged me back and said that they just either were very tired or just whatever reason. So it was, anyways, the offer was there, regardless. And she is such a genuine person. Love Nova. So, with Nova, I can honestly say, I mean, and I know you feel it, I'm sure too, Belynda, of course. With her, she just reminded me a little bit like when Suzanne Morphew's case came about, and there was just this bright light personality around Suzanne. That's kind of the way I felt with Nova. Like it was like instant. I could just feel like she was just a beautiful, genuine soul. Okay, so so is there anybody out there that wants to ask Belynda, is there something else you wanted to say over there from your end as I'm looking around here?
I just want everybody to know how much I appreciate them being here. I appreciate all the support they've been showing. That it's a hard thing, and I know it's playing on everybody. I know everybody's hurting. I know everybody's frustrated. And I can't thank you guys enough.
I was at a point, Belynda, where I was just feeling very angry in my lives from the frustration and the BS of this case, because I don't think that anyone deserves all the BS that goes on with this. But in saying that, it also shows me where the truth typically lies as well, because if it weren't for the actions, in a sense, of the people on the property, which created just tons of noise and stuff like that, so I was just getting like really like just I was just angry. And then after I had a couple months off here, now I'm just more, well, I mean, I've always been realistic, but now it's kind of like when people are talking, for the most part, I really, honestly, if they want to talk, talk. I really don't have a lot to say too much when it comes to, say, Daniel, Malaya. My feelings are already there. You guys know how I feel. Waiting for the answers to come. So when Daniel was, for instance, on that 9-hour live again, it was just simply no different than Janie talking up on mics and stuff like that. If they want to talk, let them talk. If they ask you and they want to, come out and say something, let them, right? I mean, at the end of the day, I just know that it's just going to be, well, they're just waiting. They're waiting for that piece of the puzzle for sure still, or else, something else would have been made. Belynda, I hope you and MBM have a chance to have a real conversation from each other's hearts and to be for each other in the end. Stay you and keep being kind. Thank you for those kind words, Shy. Sunny, can you post this song? Are you talking about the one that I played at the start? The one that I created for Jack and Lily to Rachel McDonald's song? Is that what you mean? Shannon, I need a computer help. Blue Jay Fund has her written up. Blue Jay to hire a new lawyer and move forward with her police. Oh, okay. They're just asking. Oh, and I'll drop it again. Like I said, love to reach that goal. We're so close to it. Let's see here. We're at 4,322. Not far away off of that 45K. Basically 100 and what, 68? Is that right? 60, 78? 78, yeah. From it on there. Oh, my Facebook. Why does Facebook always seem to have it's a crime and shame one? You okay there, Belynda? You taking a breaky? DM and MBM and JM caring about themselves, protecting themselves because they don't want to be charged nor go to jail. Could possibly be the answer. Absolutely. 4,000.
No, I just got a bit of a headache now. That's all.
Oh, do you have oh, okay. Hey, give me a second here, Belynda. You just go ahead, take your time there. Oh, 4,342. Yeah, I'm sure she is. Is it because of the live that's, because obviously talking about Jack and Lily and stuff like that, but, or is it just a combination of the day and, or has being on the live kind of like triggered you a bit for, obviously the stuff to do with Jack and Lily? Because I don't want to keep
Being on the live is hard. I'm not gonna say it's easy. I do find it hard. Talking I find is harder as time goes on. The anger that I know that anger. I feel it stronger and stronger. Like I said, I'm normally an easygoing, laid-back person, and I know I'm not anymore.
Oh, right. It's changed you that way, I'm sure. But you are a warrior. Don't mistake Belynda. She's a warrior. A warrior that is brokenhearted and exhausted. And
Yeah.
I'm sure you must think to yourself, like, when will we get answers? Like, can I just ask you about that for a sec, Belynda? Because obviously to keep going day after day, week after week, month after month. Now it's been over a year. And I know I've asked you this already, but still, you're like, to me, you're just like a wonderful warrior for Jack and Lily, you know, and people can only go for so long before they're just hit burnout regardless. Are you past the burnout stage? What,
I'm
like, I
not.
know,
I'm not going to burn out. I'm not going anywhere.
yeah,
But until they solve what happened,
yeah,
I'm not going anywhere.
right. And, like it had been a while since, well, obviously I hadn't been doing lives for a few months, but, can I ask you, actually, let me ask you this, because I'm not even sure. You were on Hidden in the Fog, I think, with Daleen.
Yes.
Have you been on other channels? Because if so, I'm not aware, to be honest with you. I didn't even know that you were on that one.
Most times I just pop into chats. Hidden in the Fog, where it's a TikTok thing. It's a little bit different.
Oh, was that from TikTok? Did you
Yeah.
did you go on TikTok?
Yeah.
Belynda,
Yeah.
moving on up.
I used to do TikTok when for political reasons.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just happened to see it, and I was like, "Wait, what? When did this happen?"
Yeah.
And another thing I wanted, because you see, I was trying to tag Ninchi in here as well. Have you ever been up on one of her lives?
Only in her chats.
Oh, just in her chat. Okay. So
Yeah.
yeah, because I was trying to tag her in here. And the thing about it, for some reason, like it's like when you're getting to do a community post, right? All I have to do is type at true, and then all of a sudden I'll see Charmaine or at Daphne, and then it comes up. But for hers, even though I'm subscribed, it wasn't coming up. Um, because she was one of the people I wanted to say that, hey, if you did want to come up on the live, because I know she's in Australia, right?
Yes, she is.
Yeah, so she's kind of like Shannon there, where their time is like a freaking 14-hour weird difference and stuff like that. I don't even try
Yeah.
to do the math with that stuff on there, but anyways, um, so yeah, so I was wanting to see if she had wanted to come up in that, but it didn't tag her. I probably, if I was thinking about it, could have went to my email. But I actually thought that the email was from somebody with a similar name and not actually hers at first for a long time. Blue Jay, thank you very much for the super sticker. Okay. Truly a warrior. What a loud voice for Jack and Lily. You are, Belynda. Lucky children to have you as their grandmother. Absolutely. If I wasn't her favorite daughter, I would definitely be her favorite grandchild for sure on there, because honestly, like, Belynda's the exact type of person that I would want to be my grandma, for sure. And I'm just being truthful, you know. My grandma was more of a feisty, bickering person. Like, I had one grandma, Belynda, that she died when I was like 8 or something like that, and she was really sweet. And all I can remember about her the most was her wonderful, beautiful gravy. She made such an amazing gravy. My mom's mom, grandma, she was always like that. Sonny, are you my shadow? Rah, rah, rah. What are you doing? You kids go inside and play. Others fighting in hockey. Rah, 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 rah. So I always consider her more like that naggy kind of grandma. That was always like, it wasn't like, come here, let me give you a big hug. So yeah. So I'd take Belynda for my grandmother any day for sure. And you can see how much she loves her children, her grandchildren. Belynda, I feel more anger now than I ever do, so I can't imagine what your heart is going through. That's Belynda believes. Love, Ninchi. Yeah, she does good work. Ninchi, Ninchi, Ninchi. Okay. Well, Belynda, I don't want to keep you because I know it's late there. We got to Melissa donated $20, but I thought, you know what, we did really good because, okay, wait, hold on a second. One sec. This one. Okay. Okay, so we started off at $3,390 today, and now we're at 4,300. So basically, we're like $48 shy of raising $1,000 today for you, for the GoFundMe. So thank you to everyone that has been here for Belynda. And Chelsea, did Chelsea pass out on us? Or is she still hanging
No, I'm
there?
still here.
Yeah, probably with her eyes almost shut, I'm sure. So, yeah, so I don't want to keep you, Belynda, anymore. I think, I feel like you are ready to get heading off now. I don't want to speak for you, but is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's do that,
I
you
thank you
guys.
guys so much. I appreciate you all so much
Mm-hmm.
that it gives me strength.
Yeah. It always warms my heart whenever I see people come together, for good, for the right reasons, you know. And when I kind of say that, I mean, there's people that donate for really, odd things, and when I see um, true caring like, you know, to some of these GoFundMe's and stuff like that. And I know that this is I would never support anything if I didn't believe in it. I just wouldn't. Belynda, I support her through and through on whoever she talks to, deals with. It's not my say. It's Belynda's choices. Whatever Belynda needs to do or do for Jack and Lily and stuff like that. All I know is Belynda has my love, my heart from this channel when it comes to, anytime she wants to speak or be on a live and stuff like that, or in a situation like this. She didn't ask me to help her with the GoFundMe. I took it upon myself because that's something I wanted to do just to see if we could help her out and stuff like that. So thank you,
Thank
Missy
you,
Mom.
Sonny.
Yeah. Okay. Missy Mom says I've never given to a GoFundMe until tonight on there. Much love, Belynda.
Thank you.
Yeah. So with that being said, guys, we'll let Belynda go. As well as you, Chelsea. Thank you guys. Thank you for being here.
Thanks,
And
Bonnie.
yeah, and go have a nice like hot cocoa
Hot cappuccino, a couple of apples.
or that, whichever. Or maybe some of that. No, just kidding. Anyway, thank you guys. We'll let Belynda go. I'll still stay on the live a little bit longer with you guys, but I'm going to take a break for a minute and go washroom. So, Belynda, oh yeah, you need me to boot you, don't you? Fine. I'll do it
Thank you
lovingly.
so much.
No problem. A little love tap on the ass out of here. Okay.
Love to you all.
Okay. Love to you back. All right. Kick from studio. Kick. Oh, there she goes. Okay, you guys, I'm just gonna quickly go to the washroom. I'm gonna come back and stay here a little bit longer. And I'm just gonna and there's people that will always leave, of course. But I'm gonna play the video that I made for Jack and Lily with Russell McDonald's new song. I'll take down the border. Wait, did I take down the border? Nope. Looks like I added a new one. Remove. Heck. See, I got 3 borders here and they all look alike. Which is the one I'm trying to get rid of? This one? No. This one? What the heck? Come on now. Now this is just playing tricks on me. Okay, I'm going to put it to this one so that I can do that. Sometimes I'm smart. Okay, guys. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to play the tribute video if you guys don't mind. And then I'll be back again. I really hope you get answers soon. Belynda Gray at Chelsea Gray and Justice for Lily and Jack. Yeah. It's like when you start really, like when you have to actually sit there and think about the case. that's when it's so hard, right? Just two children missing, beautiful little faces. And all these people that had nothing to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily and stuff like that, that have to have this type of heartbreak, you know. But I am very grateful. Like I said, like none of this goes into my pocket whatsoever. Okay, this is just strictly that Belynda needed our help and just wanted to assist in any which way I could. And just by being here, just again, it does show obviously how much you guys care about the case and that. And you don't have to donate in order to care very much about a case or be part of the this live and stuff like that. But anyways, let me do that. So we'll add it to the stage and make it bigger, and I'll be right back.
A year has stood like pages since that quiet morning came. Two little shadows vanished, and nothing's been the same. The woods still hold their silence, the wind still speaks your names, and every road that leads away still carries all our pain. But time don't take the love we hold or dim the light we've known. We're still calling you home, through the dark, through the unknown. Every prayer, every tear says you're never alone. Though the nights feel so long and the answers don't come, we'll keep hope like a fire till you walk toward the sun. We're still calling you home. Your laughter lives in echoes, in fields and open skies, in every candle burning, in every mother's eyes. This town still stands together, with hearts that won't let go. Your names are stitched in every soul, more than you'll ever know. And though the trail feels cold and lost, love still points us home. We're still calling you home, through the dark, through the unknown. Every prayer, every tear says you're never alone. Though the nights feel so long and the answers don't come, we'll keep hope like a fire till you walk toward the sun. We're still calling you home. If you can hear us in the wind or feel us in the rain, know every step we take out here is calling you again. No time, no distance, no silence could ever break this thread. You carried in 1,000 hearts, in every word unsaid. We're still calling you home, through the dark, through the unknown. Every prayer, every tear says you're never alone. And one day we will see what we're holding on to. Two small hands in the light, coming back into view. We're still calling you home. Still calling, always calling. Still calling home.
right. 1 second here. Bring myself back up there. Uh, Even though I feel like I got a cough. Hold on. Hacha. Good for Granny. Who made this video? Sunny made the video. Justice for Jack and Lily. Thank you guys for all the beautiful comments. And I do want to say again, like Belynda had pretty much, I mean, she sent me a ton of pictures. And I want to say that it is very hard to look at these two beautiful babies. And just, again, I remember saying to Belynda when she had sent me the first batch, just how surreal it is knowing that you're looking at the pictures, and then in your head, all you can imagine is them playing in that moment, and being there. And then you're looking at these pictures knowing that it's been over a year of them missing, So for me, whenever I do tribute videos and Rachel McDonald, I've done the videos for each one of those, this being her latest song. It's hard. The words are always hard to listen to. But for me, it's always like a little something special that I could do for Jack and Lily, or for any of you guys that are watching. That some people don't like watching videos and stuff like that. So be it. That's okay. But for me, it's like that little special thing. But it is very hard looking at these pictures, especially if you're a grandmother, a parent, anyone that would have two missing children. Not one, but two. One's about enough. But anyways, I thank you guys for your beautiful comments for that stuff, for sure. Appreciate. Because Jack and Lily, that's what it's all about. Now, I will still bring, I'll bring the, is this it? Is this the live one still? Is this, whoops, I got to take that, remove, add. Is this the live ones? Yeah, this must be the live one still. Let's take a look here. Okay. Oh, we had another recent donation from Brandon. Brandon, thank you so much. Share cares. Is that you on your husband's account, or is that your husband? Because I mean, obviously you guys have the same last name on that one. But the goal, we're basically $98 off of that goal, for the 4,500 on there. And then I think it automatically raises itself at a certain point that the GoFundMe must do it. I don't know much about GoFundMes, but I know that they are a beautiful thing for people that truly, need assistance, right? Thanks, Shannon. I just really appreciate, guys. I'm really appreciating the fact that my Ben, it's been a minute. When I saw you in Charmaine's live there, I was like wondering if am I going to see my Ben? Is he going to be coming over here tonight? So it's really nice to see you, Ben. It's been a minute. Great modding, Sharon Parker as well. You guys are the top two moderators. And you guys always do such a great job. Thank you guys so much for that. Oh, Brandon's your son. Son. That's so sweet. Well, Brandon, you're a good son and you have a great mother. Cheryl, another beautiful heart. Shannon. For the people that I talk to on Messenger, and those are two people that I do. Ben, do you have Messenger yet, bud? Yeah. But support with Steffa. Wait, support with Steffa. Are you still in the house? She said she ended up not being able to come up. Wow, that is absolutely wonderful news, Sunny. Thank you for all those helping donate. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Chelsea. And I know these days can be hard for you guys, like your mom and that and everybody else that's always wanting answers for Jack and Lily. And I know it takes a lot of, when you're dealing with heavy stuff. But, like we're not living that situation, of having 2 grandbabies just gone, you know, in your life, never expecting this outcome ever, you know, and stuff like that. Sending you a big sunshine. I hope I to this case for Jack and Lily. Hi, Tom Lou. Thank you, Pinky. Nova, beautiful Pinky. Thank you so much for, again, I see you always around, and thank you so much for your love and care for support for Belynda and channels. I see you do donating in channels a lot and stuff like that. You've done it in here. But anyways, just want to say thank you so much. You know, because like I said, not everyone has the ability to. And just you being here, hitting that like, you know, means a lot. Oh, Charmaine. Oh my gosh, Ben, Sharon, the best mods. Hear that, Chelsea? We are chopped liver now. Charmaine. You went off on your way. Well, I guess Chelsea is a mod in here too, isn't she? Yeah, sorry, I'm still sticking to my guns, Sharon and Ben on this one. You know, Charmaine, Melissa, Chelsea, we love all the Aussies. Ben, what about me? It isn't fair. Just going over your comments here for a sec, guys. But I still would like to reach that 45 if we can before this live is over. So I'll just keep checking back throughout the live a little bit. I don't make it. You know, the thing is that actually for the mods, I actually have never put an expectation. So the only time I ever put an expectation on mods is when some of them got a little bit too happy with the wrench feature, because I always feel like, you know, like you should not block someone or you know, time them out if it's because you personally just don't like, you know, or just are disagreeing with them. I think that that everyone has a right to have an opinion, but it's kind of like that. I can't think of the name, whether it was a Brienne or whatever, you know, asked that, basically made that comment to Belynda about, you know, like, I'm sorry, just to be honest, but like, why didn't you do anything, and type of thing. And it wasn't what I deemed as being ignorant or rude. And I think that although Belynda's answered it multiple times, you know, there's a lot of people that may never have heard her answer. And again, you know, I just felt it was fair to show that, but, you know, I wouldn't want somebody blocked because they were, you know, being decent about it. Now, if you're effing annoying and you're just rude and ignorant, absolutely use the wrench. But I've never put any expectations on the mods. Ben, he came to me unwillingly to be a mod. Every time I needed was looking for a news article, Ben would be like, here, Sonny, here it is, right? And so I'd have to mod him up each time. But Ben would always like want me to take the mod back off, you know? And then one day I just basically said, I'm not taking it off. He was too freaking good of a mod. I never asked him to do that stuff. He just automatically did it. And it saved me a lot of time, just how fast he would hand me those links. And obviously he's a better surfer than I am and stuff like that for certain things. And so Ben's always been that special mod that I never asked him to do it. He just always did it. And I just made him take the wrench one day, you know. And Sharon Parker, same thing, has always been in here to support, thank people for the donation. Same with Ben and stuff like that. Did you forget Sunny? Yeah. But anyways, so I've never had this expectation of mods to do too much, you know. If they do something, I'm grateful. And if they don't, that's okay. As long as, you know, if people come in here and be extremely rude or ignorant with their comments, then yeah, have a good life. See ya. Bye. Go make another account. Go make another name. Shannon will get rid of Sunny and run the channel. Or is that how it's going to be now? Lose some wrenches right quick all of a sudden. But anyways, I never blocked anyone. Couldn't hear everyone. Or if I did that. I know some people, you know, it's like, there's just some people, you know, that they'll just go happy trigger with a wrench, you know, with them because just because you can tell. And but I try to avoid anyone that has that type of personality. I don't like modding people, Sonny. Take my wrench away. Yeah, STFU, right? Yeah. Anyways, let's see here. I'm just going down your guys' comments. Chalice, I identify with you as I lost my father to the Bay of Cindy. When I was 7 years old. Uh, Pretty Birds, NS, Nova Scotia, obviously. Very sorry to hear that about your father. Obviously, that was quite an early age. Uh, Anyways, any loss is a sad loss. But big hugs to you there, Pretty. Love Ben. Jealousy's weeping through. Ben really is the best mod. Well, Sharon, if you want me to pick, you want me to be honest. Nah. Well, you know what? If going by Sharon's words there, Ben just is so quick when it comes to links. You know, it's like both of them have their strong points. Sharon's always like, here, whereas Ben kind of left me a little bit and stuff like that sometimes. But Sharon's always here and faithful, always loving and caring, and like I said, thanking people and stuff like that. But Ben is the ultimate link giver for sure when it comes to that. But it's like, it's good to have two different things from people that way. I mean, Ben does it too, right? But Ben started a new job, and Sunny wasn't doing lives for a few months, but Ben started a new job and stuff like that, and his hours were changing. Whereas before, Ben was like, he was like glue, right? Like flies to shit. Ben was in here, right, Ben? All right. My sister was 3. I always, not to take away from it, but my ex-husband, who's also like, so my husband now, and by the way, there's going to be a lot coming up here soon. Mine and my twin's birthday, mine and my husband's on an 11-year anniversary. But my husband's name, even though they're spelled differently, my husband now is Stephen Austin. My ex, well, I won't say my ex-husband's last name, but and the only reason why I like saying Stephen Austin is because I still love hearing it. To be honest with you, still think of the $6 million that he didn't come with, but he's like, a really great husband. But anyways, my ex-husband's name was Steve as well, with a PH. But he lost his dad in Newfoundland, right? When he was like, what was he? Oh, I'm trying to remember now. Normally I know the answer to this. Just a couple years old anyway, for sure. And he lost his dad to 2 women on one road in Norris Arm North that were drinking and driving. He was never told that up until later in his, was it late 20s, 30s perhaps, where he was told, that 2 women, because his mom never wanted him to, go looking, or hold like all this anger and stuff like that. So, when you're young, especially, especially as you get older, I think that just things that you wish you could have had and stuff like that, with that parent being there, and to lose them at such a young age, I don't want to mistakenly say this wrongly, but if I do, I'm sorry. But I just feel like, people that have had at least many years to be able to spend with their father or mother and stuff, versus children that, lose their parents when they're younger. I feel like they have a lot more to, wish that they could have had their dad be there for their birthdays or, graduation and different things. And, but anyway, so my heart always goes out to anyone. Both my parents have passed. They passed my mom was 67, my dad 68. My mom passed in 2015. My dad passed in like 2001 or something like that. And it sucks. It absolutely sucks. Now going back to children, in cases like this one, Jack and Lily's. It's just unthinkable, that your children would just be gone, your grandchildren just gone. But not to have the answers, When you have answers, there's a little bit of, solace there. Not that it makes it any better, but not to have any answers really sucks. Thanks, Chelsea. Thanks, sibling. You'll never know how much you are appreciated. Well, if you keep saying it enough, I will. We couldn't do this without. There's a lot of us here that care about you guys very much. Justice for Jack and Lily, and the love and support for Belynda and her daughter Chelsea in the quest for answers for Jack and Lily. Sonny, when you find my strong point, can you tell me what it is? Smart ass. Funny guy. Shannon. Okay. Sorry, guys. Just hey, I'm just going to hit refresh just in case somebody did. Nope. Still stuck at 4402. Just wanted to be sure. Wasn't missing anybody. Night loves. Night, Belynda. Thank you so much for your support, love, and donations. Thank you very much for being here. Chelsea Gray. Thank you for being here. Good night, Belynda. Love you all here. Good night. Love you all. Yeah, I know that for me it's 7:18 here in Vancouver area. And I'm hoping you guys so Alexa is supposed to be joining me tomorrow. So I'll put it this way. If she's not, who's messaging me? Okay. All right. If she can't, I won't be doing a live. I'll probably be going and having a picnic at the Derby Reach. Oh, that's where I was the other day. Oh, Sharon just underneath Jamie there. Sharon just donated $20, so $4,429. Thank you, Sharon. I know that you don't have the deepest pockets in the world. I'll just put it that way. So thank you very much for doing that. And well, neither does Belynda, and that's the reason why. Wait, is Cheryl leaving too? Night, Shannon. Got that one. I just donated at $0. Well, I know it was 20. You're lying to me. Yeah. Here it's 7:20, but obviously in Nova Scotia, it's 4 hours difference, even for the people that are in like 3 hours East Coast. The other part of the East Coast is 3 hours and stuff like that. So I know it's getting later, even though it's Friday. Happy TGIF, people. So I had yesterday. I had to remember that today was Friday because I don't usually have Thursday off, but because of the holiday that happened on the Monday previously, my days off usually will be Thursday because that's my shift is between Sunday to Thursday. So I usually land on the holidays to work and stuff like that. Linda, thank you. Sharon, thank you. Good night, Teal Warrior. Thank you so much. I hope that you have sweet dreams too. Okay. Good night, Sunny Live in chat. Yeah, I don't want to. I'm just gonna see on here. For I don't know. We'll see. We'll come back to that. And Sunny, do you make your picnic lunch or buy it? Sunny, do you make your picnic lunch or buy it? No, I make it. Obviously I buy the bread or the buns. Well, so for instance, yesterday, actually I sent Belynda a video. Maybe I'll show you that. But typically we take the little barbecue, little sucker thing. And yesterday I made hamburgers, from scratch. I could have taken the bought ones, but I didn't. We cut up the chicken. Made shish kebab sticks. My husband cut up the chicken, the peppers, and stuff like that, and then I, throw in some chips and, our drinks and stuff like that. But yeah, and usually I'll have potato salad. I'm the only one that likes potato salad, though. My husband and I love potato, especially I love my own homemade, but I never really make it anymore because if I make it, it's like a lot of work just for me to eat it. Like, meaning to make it, because it takes a long time to make potato salad. By the time you cut everything and do everything and boil the eggs, boil the potatoes, blah, 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 and stuff like that. So, yeah. So, no, don't go over to Timmy's and grab anything or nothing like that. Just make the picnics. Those are the best ones. KFC, Sunny. Well, if my husband didn't have tummy issues with that now, that would be a very, you know what? There was actually someone a couple weeks ago that had a freaking couple buckets of KFC there. And I was a little bit jealous because you know how you can just smell it? And I was a little bit jealous about that because I don't really have it. It's KFC is literally right there. Like right there. And it's like, because my husband can't have it, then I typically don't eat it. Right? It's like, I mean, I haven't really, I think we were having it, quite frequently because of how much he loved KFC. But anyway, let me just quickly, I'll show you. I kept trying to send Belynda the tugboat going by, but it just kept saying that it wasn't going through. Linda sent me a nice, beautiful note in Messenger. Love you, Belynda. Chelsea. Let me just see if I can find that though quickly. So they're like, it's always fun listening to the Canadian geese. Actually, I'm not sure if you guys have it there, eh? But it was like snowing. When I say snowing, the white shit that comes out of the trees in the winter or summertime, springtime. Like yesterday, it was like it was snowing. That's how much of it was coming down. I know. So it was cold pasta. I agree. Potato salad with paprika on top. Okay. Shush, Sunny. Let me go look for that video. But Belynda sent me about, like I said, a bunch of pictures yesterday. There's more that you guys might have seen them, some of them on Ninchies, but there's some other ones that I don't recall seeing. I know it's there. Okay. Oh, hold on. Okay. Where's the play button? Oh. Oh, 1 second. Okay. I'll take this down. Yes, and a little bit of green onion. Absolutely. Okay. Before I play the video quickly. Potato salad. For me, I always thought that I made it how my mom made it because I always loved my mom's potato salad. I think she changed it up over the years because I remember one time having it and I was like, still tasted just as good, but I was like, I don't remember it being chunky and cubey like it was. I remember it was more of a little bit of chunks, but more of a mush. But anyways, for me, the perfect potato salad is, of course, the eggs. At the time, I'd say Miracle Whip because it was always made with Miracle Whip potatoes, green onions, radishes, and a little bit of celery in there as well. And besides pepper and whatever. But anyways, and then you would toss in a little bit of mustard as well. So that's always how I personally made it. And I made it more into, I want to say a mush, but not like quite like mashed potatoes, but more similar to the texture. It's just like, I'm sorry, you guys. Um, I'm sorry, but in-store potato salad mostly sucks ass. Most of it has a tangy ass leftover taste, even their pasta. I cannot stand that. Like, there's some that I can put up with, and reserves potato salad is, I can put up with it. But most potato salads have, just for the store bought ones, have a nasty, tangy taste to it at the end, you know? And that's why I prefer my own, because it doesn't have that uh, nastiness. So, okay, wait, hold on. I'm going to check the fundraiser before I take it down. Okay, 4429. 71 more dollars gets us to 4,500. Just saying. And it's going to turn to food in my mouth after this live, too. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The macaroni salad is so gross. You know what I miss about KFC? Bring back your bowls, okay? Because your bowls were actually worth it and they were good. And then they took them away. Take away your nasty potato or coleslaw. Their coleslaw is very oniony. Take away your nasty macaroni salad that you guys make. Honestly, I want a pancake. Strange. Okay, so share screen. It was coming from Belynda's Facebook because that was the fastest way to find it. Anyways, so this is at a place called Derby Reach, as a matter of fact. And let me just make sure that the volume is up here. I know. Okay, so anyway, so me and my husband, like I said, went there. Canadian geese come by. Far be it for me to feed them, of course. Anyway, so let me take that down. I'll make it bigger. Ben, taking your name off the screen. I know we got Hellman's in the house. We have Heinz and Miracle Whip. We have all three mayonnaise in the house. I'm marrying Ben and Sharon. Yeah, well, you can have Sharon, but get your hands off Ben, Shannon. Just kidding. All right. No, I'm not. No, just kidding. Okay. Oh, hello. Come get the chips. Hello. If one starts attacking me, I'm literally diving behind you. I'm pretty sure that they're not going to say that.
Crisps are literally on our fucking bench right here.
The birdie's not allowed to attack me because I gave you chips.
Well, I guess so.
Mm-hmm.
I was getting ready to ditch Sunny.
They're
far away on the phone. But
the other one. Yeah, they're like right there. Eh?
The peacock at Warwick Castle.
What about the peacock? Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. How close they are. Hello.
Yeah, I'm good. I've seen these attack every fucker on the internet.
Really? No. You don't even think about attacking me. I'll starburst you with my freaking drink if you come near me. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, look at you, got crumbs on your chin, bud. You're like right up close and personal now. Okay. You got all my chips? You good? Yeah. Yeah, go back. Okay.
Well, last time we were here, it was like fucking 20 crows. We fed a couple and then they all showed up.
Okay.
I was here with Ryan last.
Oh, hello. Come get the chips. Hello. That was, I'm not sure how well you guys could have heard me when I was talking there. I mean, I can hear it loud when I play it on my phone, but I was like having the volume cranked. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. After like my husband is basically like, he's talking to his mom and he's basically like, I'm going to ditch Sunny if they come over here and start attacking. I'm going to run for it, he said. But I wasn't scared of them. They came like, they literally, obviously you could see that they literally came up to right at the start of the bench. Like all I could do is reach out and touch one really. And said, and then so when I was just doing a couple recordings. I was trying to send Belynda the tugboat because you can't see it here, but across the way, this is part of the ocean, right? In a sense, right? It goes through Maple Ridge and Langley, and would take you to Vancouver to the main, obviously Pacific Ocean and stuff like that. But anyways, so across there's a bunch of trees with some homes that have obviously a excellent view, but it's just always the weekends are really busy. But going there during like we did yesterday, it wasn't busy, but it was a lot more quieter, we'll say. But it's just nice to go out there, feed the crows typically. But this time it was the Canadian geese that are coming on there. Quite a few. Is Ryan still in Canada? He is up until August. Yeah. I think babies are so cute. Even the ugly ones are. Yep. I know. But yeah, he has to go back home. He'll have to go back home in August. The whole it's just a bunch of different stuff. The way that the government is nowadays, and all this point system and all the shit you need and stuff like that, So he'll have to go home up until he can come back, I guess. For now, just because he doesn't have the points. It doesn't matter that he's worked here for like freaking 5 years or whatever. It's all about points, and unfortunately it was the fact that before Christmas time, were working, like when my brother-in-law came out here, it was to work with my husband, his brother, and they were in construction, mill working and stuff like that. And but anyways, the son that owned the business finally depleted it and run it to the ground. So they ended up losing their jobs just before Christmas time there. And so, yeah. And so Ryan in particular was on a specific working, for just that company. Right. So, it's just unfortunate. Hindsight 2020. Had this been done right, he probably would have been definitely a permanent resident by now. But the way that the laws and the rules, and you know what? In the UK, they can suck it too, because it's a freaking joke being married to my husband. And it's just a joke. Basically, either you have to have 88,000 pounds to and that will let you go over, no problem. But if you don't, and I'm sorry, but I don't have 88,000 pounds in my back pocket. Because that's like, think of 88,000 pounds. You might as well just almost double it up to Canadian dollars, right? You're probably talking about 150K in Canadian dollars. But you would think that when you're married to someone 11 years, you think that you could just go over there with your husband, but no, it's all these stupid rules. Like you would have to go because you can't. Anyways, fuck immigration. Fuck you, greedy mongers for immigration. You greedy motherfuckers is all I can say about immigration. Okay, all you do is freaking and you lawyers that do immigration, you and your bullshit freaking $7,000, $8,000 fees and shit like that. It doesn't even cost near that if you try to do it yourself. But anyways, bottom line is, immigration sucks. It's just nothing but a money grab off of people. And yeah, Ben, we were at the second biggest coral reef in the world. I don't know, but we weren't allowed to have our feet down. I jumped off the boat. My life jacket was tight enough. I fell out of it, took in water. Is that in Australia? Good night, everyone. Anyways, I'll take that down. Have a great night, day before, whatever you may be. Like I said, if I do a live tomorrow, because Alexa was gone for like the last 3 days. I think she said she was arriving back to the United States tonight. I think around 12 o'clock her time at night, if I'm not mistaken. I have a pair of Canadian geese that have been coming to my backyard pond for the past 9 years. I'm so amazed. They'll bring their babies up to my deck before they leave. Aw, I know. One of my favorite things to do when I lived in like Calgary, or even in Coquitlam, actually, was just go feed the ducks. Go feed the swans, the ducks that would come into the lakes, man-made lakes, some of them, and stuff like that. Just take a couple loaves of bread and just, it's just like I don't know, therapeutic, and I just would love doing it. So for me to sit there and, like I said, feed the animals, yeah, I always do. If I have something, I will. And these people, they what was funny, actually? So I threw out chips, loved them. They were just gobble, 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 all the chips. I threw out a couple pieces of watermelon, and they acted like it didn't even exist. Actually, I threw out some, because me and my husband were both full from the burger, and so we had a little bit left over of our chicken shish kebab, so I kind of threw that out just for whatever animal came across it. I mean, typically with meat, they're more like, and spew it back out again. But the watermelon, I was kind of shocked by. And then one of the geese, the one that was out of the picture on the other side, he started eating the watermelon. But I think he was eating the watermelon. When they call it seedless, but then there's still a bunch of seeds, but they're not the black seeds. But the other one started eating. But these two, the piece that was near them, they just couldn't have been asked, didn't care about it whatsoever. So just so you know, watermelon, bread, anything that's more like a grain thing or something. The ocean doesn't taste good. Nope. I believe deep down Malaya knows more. How could she not? I think that's the bottom line of it. She was in the trailer with her two beautiful children. I think that's really where it lies. Love watermelon too. Only when you pick a good one nowadays. I think that's the hard time that people are having with Malaya is like, I was talking a little bit about this with Belynda prior to the live. Actually, you know what? No, before I come back, I'm just gonna play something and I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go back to where this is true. I always get it wrong. Hunter S. True Crime. I always want to say True Crime Hunter, but it's Hunter S. True Crime. I'm just gonna pop that up for a minute. And 1 second here. Okay. Share screen. Okay. Just gonna play this out for a minute and I'll be right back, and then I'll come back and talk about that.
Every step is a prayer whispered to the wind, a hope that a search may help our hearts to mend. We hold steadfast the pictures of Lily and Jack, seeking answers to bringing them back. Our loves like ribbons spread throughout the woods of Lansdowne with searchers about. With every sunrise, I renew my vow to find their sweet faces, not knowing how. No distance or time can sever this hold. The story of our love has yet to unfold. Our spirits are a compass with a needle set true. It points to our grandchildren, and if I may, it points to you. We will walk every trail, every creek and river, with this grandmother's love, and with all of you, our search for Jack and Lily will always push through, for a grandparent's promise is etched in the soul. And I'll search for our grandchildren, no matter the toll.
People have beautiful hearts, and I know if we give them a chance, everybody can help. And everybody wants to help. So I think this is beautiful.
Everything's been searched at this point, so I think everyone's just looking to, what's the alternate, what could have happened to the case other than being in the woods. I'm just trying to keep the public informed as much as I can. And I don't know if I'm the best voice to be speaking for Lily and Jack, but I'm still going to do it anyway, and for the kids. People are still standing here in the cold, just for Lily and Jack, especially Jack on his birthday.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being here. Our hearts continue to go out to Lily and Jack's family and their loved ones.
Come back. I just wanted to play that for a second there. Again, Belynda, beautiful poem for Lily and Jack. But anyways, so I was talking about this a little bit with Belynda before the live. Just bringing up a couple things. And it's in your mind is like, how is it possible for Malaya not to know? I mean, she claims that she saw Lily, even though any other time, including in the audio, right, all we heard was like 8 that she had heard them. That was the message that Belynda got from her. She never said anything about, we seen them. It was just heard them. The only time we seen it was in the documents. And it's hard to think that no matter what, that Malaya, whether part of, just theorizing, of course, whether part of, Jack and Lily missing, or the knowledge that, let's just say she, believes Daniel, because what's hard is this. Well, first of all, I've told you guys the stats. The stats are usually the actual typical outcome in cases like this. But this is 2 children. So this makes it even more ultra rare to think that a year later that 2 children were abducted, that they just got lost in the woods and weren't found. Like I said, you have to use the stats on what is the most likelier scenario. And those are at the very end of the bottom of the totem pole for being hidden or anything like that. Being hidden is probably more to the even nth degree of not typically something that does happen to children. This is 2 children missing. And I think that 2 children just wandered off and that they had all the technology. But what strikes me always with this is that there isn't really a united front between Daniel and Malaya. And typically when one's lying the other and they're trying to cover up, they'll, stick together and they'll hold their story together, right? Because they don't want to be apart, because there's a story that they're trying to, convince us to believe, in a sense. Now, that's not what's happening here, though. So that's what makes me wonder that if it definitely is family involvement, Daniel is so quick to, especially at the start, right, was so quick to say things like that Malaya is trying to blame everything on me so that she doesn't get in trouble. But I also feel like Daniel says a lot of things about Malaya that he wants us to see Malaya in a certain light, partially because maybe he ultimately knows the truth, if he had absolutely something to do with Jack and Lily, and because he's pissed off because Malaya left. Now, Malaya's actions are strange. For her just to leave the next day and then to go on to Facebook, and mark herself as single, so that's when your head starts, wondering, okay, so does Malaya know? Did she tell the RCMP that she believes Daniel? Was Malaya asked to stay quiet? Has Malaya been giving information to RCMP in regards to it? Because they're not a united front. They're basically like, Malaya answered some of those questions for me, right? And some of those questions were not deemed in a good light, of course, towards Daniel. But Daniel has done most of the, talking and talking about Malaya and how that she basically didn't do anything, that she didn't care about Jack and Lily, and that he did everything for Jack and Lily. And obviously in the live that I did, and I'm sure with Charmaine there too, he's projecting a lot of stuff that Malaya did do for the children. And this is all this time later. But I always believe in sticking with the start of a case, because that's when things are more raw, fresher, and people say things, and and then once they get into, say, true crime and stuff like that, and channels, and and then a lot of them start backing off because people are people are getting attacked. They don't want to be part of that three-ring circus themselves, so they kind of lay low. They don't want to get into arguments and stuff like that. I'm going to sidetrack for 1 second, only because Mike, even though I loosely say that name, played my live stream of Haley the other day. Again, unless you're getting it, say, from the horse's mouth, which is in my case me, and not from someone that's trying to analyze and project. I do want to say this for the people that did catch his thing. So first, he's probably correct. Sometimes I don't realize how much I'm talking until I've seen something back, and then I'm like, holy fuck. So in that particular interview, it wasn't even an interview. Let me get that straight. It was not an interview with Haley. Haley asked for that live. I did not ask her. She asked me. Why did she ask me? Because she simply wanted to clear up the audio tapes before it got all spread around and a bunch of bullshit was coming out. So before they took control, she just said, when are you doing a live? Let's do a live. So she asked me. That live was not about asking Haley a bunch of questions. She was only there for a little bit, but it was not about asking, well, if I was an interviewer, I would have made sure I asked this. It was not an interview at all. It was not me. It was only her wanting to do that live just to clear up the audio tapes. She said what she said, etc., and stuff like that. So I want to be very clear, because Precious from the other channel there wants to act like like that was an interview, and sending some little leeching mooch off of Jack and Lily and stuff like that. I don't give honestly a fuck what he says about stuff like that, but because he played it, and I was just listening to the a-hole go on and stuff like that, I was like, Dick, you have no clue. That's why if you want to come to the horse's mouth, come and ask. But that was not an interview. It was Haley that wanted to do that live. It was not about all these side questions to ask her. It was just she wanted to clear up those voice clips. That was it. Okay. Now, a lot of people have, dropped off. I don't like. I'll message Haley just to see how she's doing, here and there and stuff like that. Copyright strikes, that's for me on there. Thing is again, I don't have an issue with people using the content. I really don't. He can be a-hole all he wants to be, in a sense. But again, if you poke the bear too much, then just don't come whining, if you get copyright strikes, just saying. But anyways, but for the fact of, so when me and Belynda were talking, you guys are getting content from this, right? So meaning, regardless if I like Mike or you like Mike or don't like whatever, fact is you're getting Janie up there that decides that she wants to, speak out against Anita and start saying things, kind of like what Nova was saying. Daniel, 9-hour live, pretty much. He was on it almost the whole time, right? Again, Charmaine had Daniel on. If they want to talk, let them talk, right? We've spent a year following this case. So for me, and thankfully most people weren't, but like, don't be mad hating on me because you guys get to listen to Daniel and you might not buy anything that he's saying whatsoever. Because the point is that if there's inconsistencies, you'll remember them. They'll come out. You know, has he changed his tune of how he speaks of Belynda and Malaya and stuff? Yes, he has. Then you say to yourself, well, why? But it's okay because you got all those hours to go back to get. And I mean, just the truth be told, if it wasn't for this channel, Hidden in the Fog, and us, you know, either reaching out or them reaching out and stuff like that, there would be diddly shit that would be content for you guys. So trying to give you guys the, you know, these interviews and stuff like that, like, don't expect me to be shitting on a guest and sitting there, you know. Again, I'm just going to let Daniel talk. I already have my feelings about everything and stuff like that. But sometimes it's like when you sometimes see comments, you're like, you know, grab a couple brain cells. Like, do you honestly think that I'm just going to flip because Daniel's on there? And, you know, it has nothing to do with that. It's about if someone's willing to, and you guys are getting content and information from Janie, Malaya, you know, the notes when she messed. Oh, that's my husband. 1 second. Sorry, my husband, he just made me I wasn't going to have any but a tiki masala wrap. He said, are you doing anything with those wraps? And I was like, well, I mean, they were intended for the beef, but I was like, no, go ahead. So he made tiki masala wraps and that. But anyways, so at the end of the day, we want to find out the truth to Jack and Lily. Now, obviously, we're not the RCMP. We don't have the information they have, but I mean, beggars can't be choosers in a sense when it comes to the content. Because again, if it wasn't for the channels that do try to reach out to people, and I'm not a big, you know, fan of reaching out to people. I'm not, but you know, sometimes you feel like if you want to give somebody a voice, sometimes I'll do it. You know, in this case, I reached out to Belynda. You know, I reached out after a while. Then I was like, okay, you know, Daniel, Malaya, Cindy, whoever wanted to speak if they wanted to, type of idea. So, regardless of my dislike for Mike, and the only reason why I dislike him is because he just always goes on this bashing of everybody else, right? He sits there and he complains about everything. And Anita, sorry, Anita, you're just pissed probably because I talked about your voice. So you, of course, had to say my voice was worse. No, trust me on every level. That voice that you have, I'm sure, is far least appreciated. But people will listen, especially when it gets into the yelling phases, you know. But whatever, her and Janie went off and stuff like that. But her natural voice is high pitched on the eardrums. But I was going to say, it was really the fact of, it's like even watching him play that interview. It's not an interview, whatever, from the live from when Haley was on. He just always just having to bash to Charmaine. Tries to, and 1 minute he's nice and bipolar about Belynda, and then he sits there and says, you know, nasty crap and stuff like that. And that's when really I just couldn't be asked with his shit. Just because no matter what, right? Oh my God, I'm so sorry, you people in chat, that you have to listen to her, but I don't want to miss anything from her content, you know, so I guess you guys will have to suffer with me and listen to her, you know, type of thing. And it's just like I said, dude, do you really have to say all that? Like, seriously, just play the fucking shit. Go over my things, but you don't want to miss anything of my content. You don't want to miss anything of Charmaine's content, you know, and stuff like that, you know. So the cup of go fuck himself runneth over, on that stuff. But I'm still always, even though, hold on, everything keeps going behind a paywall now. Why he's doing that is beyond me. The whole paywall thing. Every live seems to, for the last week or so, has gone behind a paywall. So I guess if you want to watch it, pay $7.99 to go watch his live streams. If you didn't catch it when it was playing. But at the end of the day, regardless, whether it's Mike, myself, Charmaine, Clutch Them Pearls, Daphne, Shenanigans, Nova, Ninchi, whatever, right? If there's like content, especially from the family members and stuff like that, then you want to listen to those things, because the children disappeared on the property that Janie, Malaya, and Daniel were on, especially. Want to be a bodyguard for B? In my eyes, actions speak louder than words. I can't believe the vitriol directed at Charmaine. They'll never meet a more. Shut the fuck up, Ben. Charmaine, I don't think Ben's ever. Oh, sorry. My bad, Ben. I take that back. I thought you said they've never met a more gorgeous person. My bad. You were saving that line for me. But they never met a more generous person. And that's just it. Me and Charmaine know that about ourselves. Just about like a bunch of you guys in here. But whatever, right? But yeah, it's just do the live. Play the clips that you want to play. Play what you don't want to play. But do you really have to make a comment every, like, literally 30 seconds just to keep going on how much you hate listening to my voice, or Charmaine or myself, about, what? Actually, what? Probably the biggest thing that pisses me off is what he says. Like, she doesn't care. She just cares about herself. She doesn't care when she says give a like and share for Jack and Lily. She just cares about clicks and views. You can't fix fucking stupid people. Okay? But people with, smart brains obviously understand the differences between the channels. Who the people are that have, I don't know, just did a GoFundMe, bought bracelets and different things. Charmaine making a bench and stuff like that. Mike, tell me exactly what have you done to help with that part. But instead, it's just about taking people's content and then analyzing it, So I don't see. So when he says stuff like that, right? Again, it just, to me, he lowers his own self, because again, anyone that watches his channel or Charmaine's channel and a lot of the other ones, the reason it isn't about money. I work a full-time job. My husband, well, he's not working at the moment, but whatever, stuff like that. I think it's pretty clear to people that have two brains to put together about when channels are being genuine with their intentions and doing stuff like that, but yet, it gets old. I don't have to listen to him either. I don't. I was only just trying to see if Anita had anything useful. Surprise, he's on every night with his little latchkey friend there now. It's actually quite laughable, to be honest, but whatever. But again, if family members are talking and stuff like that, I just I think Anita, I think that now that she's doing it, like, she just absolutely loves the thrill and the tension of coming on, and stuff like that. But I was just looking to see if there's like some things that would add to some a little bit more truth of if she was there at the time she said, which was the week right then and there, which Belynda said as well, just to see if there was some of that, truth, right, about Cindy trading in her vehicle and fighting Malaya for the receipt. But going back to it all, how could Malaya not know, regardless, either in our opinion, that she was involved herself with a cover up of Jack and Lily, or the second situation that I would say would be that she knows that Daniel did something, but what would make her, because like I said, even to me this is strange, right? There's no, like, there's just no sticking together. It's like two people taking jabs at each other. Daniel, of course, being able to take more jabs because he's the one that's been outspoken the most. But, what did Daniel mean truly when he said, she's going to blame everything on me so I don't get in trouble? Why would you even make that statement at all? Someone can sit there and go, well, that's because she's going to blame me for the kids, disappearing. Whereas I'm taking that more of the oddity of the interviewer that said that, which was Lindsay from the Globe and Mail, that had said that Daniel seemed more concerned about Malaya than actually Jack and Lily. And then when she asked him to clarify what he meant when he said about that with that Malaya was trying to blame him for everything, right? It's kind of like, I feel like even that when he answered that on the live, I feel like that wasn't the true answer. I feel like that was, just one of those things where, you can spin it different ways, but I don't feel like that was the true answer. And so it's hard to believe that Malaya wouldn't at least have knowledge. But then I'm looking at things like, okay, so why did a friend of hers say that basically I'm tired of her shit? It's like she doesn't even have 2 kids missing because of her actions. Why did we hear that from Haley and other family members that have, let alone Wade? In everything that doesn't come off like somebody sitting there helping RCMP and give them vital information, because certain people within that mix for sure would know that Malaya is giving that information when you're that close. So there's all these things when it comes to Malaya that have led me to not feel like she's helping the RCMP to try to nail Daniel's ass to the wall type of thing. If that's what happened, right? Like if it was one of those things. Bottom line is we blame Malaya and Daniel, regardless if their story's true or not, for the disappearance of Jack and Lily. And it's been projected, like that's what they've been projecting, is that storyline that they were either abducted, hidden, all this other stuff, versus what deception, manipulation, are all clear as day when you're watching this case. The oddness of it, the strangeness of it, all the different things with this case. Like, what about this case is normal for people that are on the property, that what you think that they should be doing versus what they have been doing. And it just leads back to the old saying of, is that if you're telling the truth, there's no need to lie if you're telling the truth. And things are like smooth, right? Everything just naturally blends more together, that, hey, I can verify this. But, so it does run through your head like, okay, so did Malaya, was she told to tell the story, right? For fear, right? Say, did Daniel threaten her, in some way, shape, or form for her to fear, to get the F off the property, take the Facebook down, and keep quiet, or help RCMP? There's just so many things, and this doesn't make it true, but there's just so many things that when it comes to Malaya's corner, especially, that they don't add up to me with somebody that would be visibly helping the RCMP. You know, if she believed that it was just Daniel, but yet the actions are saying that basically, I hate you, dude. I'm gonna get the fucking far away from you as possible, and gonna go stay away, take my Facebook down of all the pictures of you and shit. Like, that's how I feel with that. Was that when she left there, that there was just get me the fuck off this property feeling is what it felt like. I'm so blessed not to have to watch any of these cruel channels and still know what's going on. My temper would not allow me for me to watch and be so kind. I know, you know what? Honestly, I mean, Charmaine, when I was just watching the one where he was playing Haley, again, it's like a, you know, not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed there for sure, but it's when literally somebody's telling you that she's doing it for these reasons, that this was an interview with Haley, and it's like talking about misinformation, you know, putting it out there, let alone the bashing and all that shit. But it's just like I said, just play the content, dickhead. You know, play the content, shut the fuck up. You know, if I talk too much, don't watch my fucking channel. Don't use my fucking content. Don't use Charmaine's content. You know, so shut the fuck up. Like, how could you be so ignorant as to use someone's content and keep bashing them the entire time? You know, instead of truly making it about Jack and Lily, half of his life is just about basically congratulating himself on how great he is, to how shitty other channels are and what he would do. You know, I've seen what he would do when he has people on his channel without prior like knowledge, and someone pops up. He fucking babbles like an idiot is what he does, because he doesn't know how to handle those situations. So he starts going blah, 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 like that, you know. That's the part that makes me laugh, as he's trying to talk about how we should be hosting our channels properly, or interviews and stuff like that. Anyways, he can still suck a big fat egg. I wish I had your optimism, but I don't think that they'll find the children, and nobody will. Ben, is that where you're at with it, Ben? Yeah, I got faith. Look at Summer Wells and Sebastian Rogers, but I hope I'm wrong. I know. I got you, Ben. I got you. But then we could probably look at a bunch of other cases as well, right? On the flip side of that. Sharon, that's probably a great idea. We get these targets on our backs because we have a channel and people talk to us. It's not jealousy. It's content for them to use. Ben, I have to believe we will get answers. I have to believe that as well. When Daniel said M is going to blame this all on me, I believe him. I think M is at least partly responsible, or would have come forward by now if it was 100% Daniel. You know, like I said, sometimes it's just hard to take away the side noise, even though it's still like when you have a message and I clearly know who it's from, and then to see that they've said this about her, you know, it doesn't look good. It makes it just go with everything else I've felt about Malaya. And that's just because of, again, looking at just a regular case, in a sense, not a regular case, but you guys know what I mean. Like a regular case where someone disappears, you know, that are children, and what typically happens. And then we're watching this circus go on and on and on. And it's been nothing shy of that. And whenever, I mean, it's like, does a world need to open up for the, you know, what's right in front of our faces for situations to happen, and who's responsible, and how things that typically would be done, you know, by parents. But, you know, so many people go around making excuses for, you know, Malaya or Daniel and stuff like that. And it's just like bullshit. You know, 2 children, Jack and Lily, are no longer with us. And so, like I said, it's not about sides of Daniel or Malaya. It's like, no, you are the reason, regardless. We're just taking it as you say they went missing and you want us to believe your words. And yet the words get backed up with inconsistency, out and out lying, a mama that sits there and leaves the property, never to be heard from hardly again. And we're supposed to believe that, nope, they had no part of it, But to me, it's just like, logically, it just all falls in place with BS. BS that will come to fruition when the proper evidence is there. And, I know Ben, I get it, Ben, but I no matter what, I'm just going to hope and pray for Jack and Lily's sake that the truth does come out. They deserve it. Mm-hmm. What time is it? Just 1 second here. If Daniel is 100% responsible, M would have came forward by now. It's not like I disagree. As like I said, it's just my thoughts. I'm calling a spade, how I see it. Emerald Downer, don't invite me to join your party. Debbie, we're going to change your name to Debbie Downer. My thing, I will be honest, I can be very biased in my opinions, but my heart is all for Jack and Lily, I think we all probably have a little, meaning with Daniel especially. I think we all have a little bit of bias, with Daniel, just from, the whole time watching the different stuff and everything like that. But I know, and I think, and same with Charmaine, I feel like regardless is that I still always want to look at the facts of what everyone's saying, no matter what. It's not that I'm trying to lead with, I want to blame Daniel, that I want to believe Malia, right? It's nothing is matching. The inconsistencies, the action are not matching that of what I deem as two genuine people. And that's just, again, by normal behavior is to, listen to something. Like we dig harder than, I don't want to say harder than the news. We give more information more freely than the news can and stuff like that, But I still always believe, my whole life, everything's about just being fair. So I believe that Daniel deserved a fair handshake. I believe that Malia deserved a fair handshake, and to see where it took us over the time. But all the actions and the inconsistencies and the reason why two children typically disappear and the timeline, when things don't make sense, it's because it's usually a bunch of BS, right? And that's not trying to be unfair. That's just looking at what's been shown, said, and the information that we have, So I think that that's going to be closer to the truth than the other avenues. Myself, and again, if there was something that made me, and that's, you guys, you have to remember that throughout time, you're just trying to take in the information, what Haley's saying, what Malaya's saying, what Daniel's saying, what anyone's kind of saying, and then you get to a point where it doesn't matter too much what anyone says anymore. Because you've already seen all of this happen and you've already went through your head all the different scenarios that could have possibly happened, or listened to other people's scenarios of what they thought, going, oh, I never really thought of maybe that, or this, da-da-da-da. But then you get to that point, what I call stalemate, where you've heard all you're pretty much going to hear besides added noise. We know as much as we're pretty much going to know up until the RCMP come to us. So after looking at everything myself, where I sit is that the children were a product of what happened to them from the two people for sure on the property. That's just my personal speculation, because looking at it all, that's where it left me. It left me to go by the stats, by what their actions were, what they've said, the lack of inconsistency, the lack of searching for two children that are missing, and like I said, whether it's Daniel talking about Malaya and always trying to kind of bash her throughout the entirety of the case, again, it's like, okay, but, and then you're trying to change your tune now along the way. And you can do whatever you want. Okay, again, from your lips to God's ears, Malaya's lips to God's ears. You guys know where the truth lies. And if you, again, if you feel like you had absolutely nothing to do with it and stuff like that, again, that's your internal knowledge. But outwardly, that's not what you guys have been projecting at all towards Jack and Lily. It's been a lot of bashing each other, hiding, inconsistencies, weird ass timeline. And I know in here, even in this one from Hunter True Crime, there's a point there, and I can't remember what time it was at, but Daniel was talking about Thursday night, I remember. Sorry, guys, if I'm not seeing all these comments. I absolutely believe they're on it. 100%. Not even a question, to be honest. But there was a point in here where Daniel is talking about Thursday night, and he wasn't even consistent in what he was talking about. One minute he says that he went to bed late, and then he talks about coming in the house and he can't remember if the kids were awake or not. What do you mean you can't remember if the kids were awake or not? You already said later that you came in late, went to bed late, and that you checked on the kids at 12. So obviously you would remember the day before if you saw Lily and Jack awake when you went inside the house. But I wish 142 when you talk about the interaction with the dog handler. Okay, let me just go play a little of that again. But it's those type of inconsistencies, like they don't mesh. Well, this is his right here, I suppose. Let me go to 142. Yeah, because I remember it was just before the vigil. Well, let's just start here. Let's just start here. 132.
Not rendered, end quote.
Investigators wanted to know the exact whereabouts of Martell and the children's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, in the days leading up to the children's disappearance.
Documents say Lily and Jack Sullivan were last seen at a local Dollarama with their mother and stepfather one day before they were reported missing.
Daniel Martell knew he was a likely suspect when his two stepchildren disappeared.
They had everything from my phone, doing a polygraph exam, and just ask them to do, here you go, search everything, do everything you can for the kids, right?
Documents reveal that as of July 16th, investigators did not believe the case was criminal. By that point, 6 polygraph tests had been done, including on both Brooks Murray and Martell. They were also done on Martell's mother, on Brooks Murray's mother and her partner, and on the children's biological father. Brooks Murray was given a polygraph in what police describe as an effort to eliminate her as a suspect in causing her children's disappearance and possible murder.
They've done a full background check as much as they could possibly do. And I mean, I'm pretty thankful for them to spend the time and spend the resources to try to figure out everything.
Although redacted, they did talk of polygraph examinations. They did specifically, in some cases, people were proven to not be deceptive, so they believed them. And in other cases, it was redacted. And so there's a little confusion about that. And a redaction doesn't mean someone has been deceptive and is guilty of anything, but it certainly may be cause for more investigation into somebody.
An extensive search on Martell's property and the surrounding 8.5 square kilometers has turned up only a few clues. One was a boot print matching Lily's size 11 feet. Another was a pink blanket hanging from a tree found by family members of the children's mother. A piece of blanket was also seized from a garbage bin at the end of the family's driveway. Martell says it was the same blanket, but it had been ripped apart and thrown out.
Yeah, so just touching on the subject of the blanket, I've kept pretty quiet. I have a son of my own, right? And Lily and Jack are my niece and nephew. But yeah, the subject of the blanket, it was found on a tree branch on Lansdowne Station Road in the evening of day 1. Okay. It was used, or the other part of the blanket was used for a window or a door at the home, and it was thrown out. And this one just ended up on a tree, I guess. But yeah.
Interesting. And so you guys, I understand one of you took a photograph of the blanket and took it back to Malaya for identification?
Yes, Hayden and I did. Yeah.
Okay. And then she said, yeah, it is. And so you called the police who went and, I guess, collected it?
Yeah, no, the police were already down searching that area, but it was in such an open spot that cops were already down there and it wasn't seen earlier on. So it's just all a little mysterious, you know?
Families brought us to a location there, not far away, that there's a piece of a blanket, which the mother says she believes it belongs to her daughter. It's just off the road here.
And this is where the blanket was found. You can clearly see it was visible from the road. It's like 15 feet from the road. Maybe not even. Yeah, a little more than 15 feet. And this is the exact branch.
At 4 is when they found the pink blanket that was Lily's. That was a portion of the blanket, correct?
Yeah. I'm not sure on the exact time on that either. It would have to be after 4 because the school bus goes up there around 4 o'clock.
Gotcha. And
because that school bus, it goes up and it actually goes up and turns at my Uncle Ron's house, which is about 500 feet past where the blanket was found.
Gotcha.
So, and the bus usually goes up there, and the bus usually makes its way up there around, I don't know, 3:55, between 3:55 and like 4 o'clock. Yeah, the buses do have cameras. When they looked at the footage from the outside of the buses, the blanket was not there.
Interesting. And it went both directions, correct? It went.
Yeah, they both go both directions. They have multiple buses.
And it was not seen at 3:55, 4 o'clock when the bus passed.
No, they said they did not see it on any camera footage from the buses.
Okay. All right. And the other half, right, was found in the garbage.
I believe so. I wasn't back at the house for that to know that, but that's what I'm hearing. Yeah, that's what Logan said. And yeah, so.
Which is really peculiar, right? Like, how, if the blanket was put in the garbage, how did it get out of the garbage and half of it get into a tree, right?
And I mean, quite a ways down the road, like down the paved road from where they lived, up a dirt road.
Pause that for a second. I want to say we did reach the goal. Someone named Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous. Share screen had just donated $100. So the goal for the GoFundMe was at the time was, like I said, GoFundMe obviously raises it each time, $4,529. And so crack that. So thank you guys very much for all your love and support for Belynda. I just messaged her just to let her know as well. I'm not sure, she's probably in bed now. But anyways, thank you for helping us reach that final step. Again, the GoFundMe, it's still there. If someone can support Belynda, please do. If you're not able to, please hit the like and share, or at the minimum, the like button. Oh, actually, I should probably say that. Didn't I have a poll somewhere? Where'd my poll go? Oh, there it is. It says today, it was like, can you assist Belynda? 15% said yes, I can offer a donation. 51 said broke his shit, but will like. I can share, like, donate, 7%, and have you hit the like was 27%. I just wanted to do that because obviously I put up that poll earlier. So thank you guys for doing that. Oh, there's Chelsea. Chelsea, you still in chat? Still listening to me? Yeah. Did your mom go to sleep? Or laying down? Especially Sunny, all the mods. Thank you so much, you guys. Okay. I know that we're gonna, like, although the part that I want you guys to hear is about the Thursday night, because it's like he multi-talks himself about it. And I'm just like, remember, Hunter, True Crime, Hunter S. True Crime. I'm amazed he's not in here today. Hunter, are you here, but you're just not been talking? But anyways, again, 2.5 hour video. If you haven't watched it, please go over to his channel and do so. Again, it's just a reminder of stuff. Now, the reason to me why we know this is a criminal investigation, regardless, I'm heading there soon too. All right, yeah, you're having a sleepover, right? Awesome work, guys. Gotta go hug. Oh, you're gonna go hug the toilet? Oh, well, Charmaine, you've been drinking too much wine? I think that's Charmaine's problem here. It's probably hot, drinking too much wine, and she now needs to go hug the toilet. Yeah, that's what I think is going on in Charmaine's world at this moment. Love you, girl. Isn't it no summer has your fault, Belynda? No one deserves to. Yeah, I agree for that. But, people will have their own opinions. Okay, so to me, that this is why we know this is a criminal investigation, even though, again, there's reasons why they don't turn it criminal, even if they have certain aspects of it, because they can get more information doing it the way that they're doing it when it comes to like search warrants and different stuff like that. Okay. But I think that's where, to me, this is where we know, yep, too much fancy. That's what I'm talking about, girl. Or as long as you enjoyed it previously, hopefully you don't throw up, Shit, you're bringing back memories when I was really ill, and that's what it looked like. Red wine splatting all over the back of the bathtub. Anyways. For that. There he is. It reached the goal, Hunter. The goal was originally 4,500. At least when I came to it, it said that. Right now it says 6K. But yeah, someone just donated anonymous $100, and we're at 4,529. Well, you guys can see it right there in front of me. So, what did I do with? Hey, stop. Oh wait, stop screen. So thank you. Nice to see you, Hunter. Thank you for putting out that video. I was the first one to comment and like it. You said, share screen. So I just want to make sure I'm on the right thing. Yeah. Okay. So we're playing portions of your video. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hunter, I'm just going to be honest. I was playing it, okay, but I was lying in bed and I listened to about a good hour and then I fell asleep for obviously maybe half an hour. And then I woke up to your video again. And then I distinctly remember coming, hey, Hunter, since you're here, do you remember at what point in the video Daniel was talking about the Thursday night time when he came in and then wasn't sure if he remembered who was ha ha ha, Shannon. Anonymous was anonymous. But so going back to the point here, though, about, to me, this was the whole thing of a criminal investigation. The minute that blanket was found, ATL, just that hitting that like button is good enough. Absolutely. Trust me. One of these days I'm going to have a channel like MD Motivator and, not to the extent of Mr. Beast, but I'm just talking about one of those channels where you can just always go around helping out people, and stuff like that. It's such a great feeling when you just do that for others, right? Because that's the kind of person you are in a sense. But that's always, to me personally, what's filled my love cup is, it doesn't matter if I'm having a shit day. It doesn't matter if there's a lot of other shit going on in my life. People at work never know if that shit's going on in my life because I don't show. It's rare that I ever show that side, right? The only time sometimes is if I'm having kind of like a rotten day. My eyes might tear up if somebody says something that, maybe I didn't have enough sleep because of it or whatever. Other than that, most people don't know that I am having a bad day or stuff like that. But anyways, my thing for me, though, is that, so no matter if I'm going through a shit day or this or that, if we can help somebody out, lend an ear, give a hug, just talk to them, listen to them, just make them, in a sense, know that you care, have a better day, or able to donate, buy money and stuff, like, you know what I mean? Those truly are the things that make, like, doing this GoFundMe for Belynda tonight, it's asking always a lot when you're asking people for money to help, with situations and stuff like that. I could never do that for myself, but I will always do it for a right cause or the right person and stuff like that. So in my heart, I know how much Belynda appreciates the love and support from you guys. So that, of course, in turn, makes my heart warm and fuzzy because you guys are doing this, right? Like, yeah, I'm having the platform and, trying to assist in my way. But again, it's because of you guys that are able to donate and help Belynda out and stuff like that. Anyways, it's just, bottom line is, warms my heart. So fucking love you all. Thank you guys for being here. Okay. Truly does, though. So if more people understood that in life, Mike, if more people understood that in life, they'd probably be happier people and happier souls in life and stuff like that. But anyways, blanket. Okay. The only way that blanket got in that tree was because somebody put it there. There's no other reason for the blanket to be in that tree besides a human being, not some freaking garbage truck and it flew off and down the road there. Bullshit. Because the other piece of the blanket was already still in the garbage bag, right? Because somebody put 2 and 2 together. And so that, to me, always is why, absolutely, that this is a criminal investigation. I mean, they keep taking polygraph tests. They brought Daniel into the station because of, the blanket as well when that test came back, right? They wanted to know more about his day that morning, right? So they're not stupid about motives, means, and opportunity and anything like that. Thank you for subscribing, Florence. But the bottom line is that blanket, the only way that it got in that tree was from a human being. And the only reason why that blanket is in the tree, and this is just my opinion, but still, I think I'm pretty right on this one. And the only reason why that blanket was in the tree was because it was to cover up what truly happened to Jack and Lily and make it seem like something happened when it didn't. But it's because the blanket's in the tree regardless. To me, that this is absolutely a criminal investigation. And they know, like even Daniel has said, that they said that the blanket was planted. I believe them. But I also believe that when they said that, they literally in their heads were like, and you're the one that planted it, Daniel. Like, that's how I feel. For them, for, you know, because the police do say, RCMP do say certain things to get a reaction, right? They're just sitting there looking for answers for Jack and Lily. You know, they're not there to be a best buddy of Daniel or Malaya, and they're just trying to siphon information out of whoever they can that brings answers for two missing children. You know, it's really sad that the resources have to get used, you know, for things like this, especially if it comes to fruition for a bunch of liars, right? Then that even more pisses you off. But for the fact, if we just take it the one step at a time, but for the fact that the children are not there no matter what because of Daniel and Malaya, the fact that all these resources have to go out because of parents that weren't parenting and their carelessness of the children, if we believe that their stories, right? All the money that's gone in to help them out now, if they're deemed as, you know, if answers ever come back that they're just full of shit and absolute liars and had everything to do with Jack and Lily, you know, then everyone should be absolutely fucking pissed. And of course, you know, asked to the wall in prison and all that other fine shit that comes with it. You were having family time, that's allowed, you know. But anyway, I mean, that's just the truth of it. So you feel badly because the RCMP, Major Crimes Unit, all these people, dog searchers going on, are doing all this work because of two missing children under the care of the two people that were responsible for Jack and Lily to be kept safe, to be kept, you know, out of harm's way. Anyways, Ben, definitely not. I'm in bed snuggling the dog. Plus, I'm too fat too. Truthologist. Okay, so again, Hunter asked True Crime. See me in chat there. But anyways, maybe, are you working? Are you working, Hunter? On there? Is that why you can't chat? But anyways, thanks so much for putting out this video. I'm going to play a bit more of this, but I do want to see if I can find where he double talks.
Road a good at least mile or two. So yeah.
Early in the investigation, when police found a scrap of blanket on a nearby road.
I called it into RCMP when I realized there was a piece of a pink blanket found.
A piece of blanket was also seized from a garbage bin at the end of the family's driveway. Martell says it was the same blanket, but it had been ripped apart and thrown out.
I mean, it's mysterious as it is because the distance from the garbage bin to where the blanket was found is almost 1 kilometer. I was actually told there was a piece of a pink blanket that was found up the road in a tree. And I said, piece of a pink blanket? Like, and I put two and two together. I ran out to the garbage bin and I seen that there was a hole ripped in the bag. And clearly there was somebody who went into the garbage or something went on with the garbage for a piece of that to be ripped out. Because usually when you look in the garbage bin, Daniel, and you see a garbage bag, usually it doesn't have a hand-sized hole ripped in the side of it.
That's interesting. Now, the pink blanket, when they told you about it, did they show you a picture?
The piece of the blanket? No.
No. Okay,
No.
so they just told you they found a piece, and you went to the garbage bin. And
Yeah.
where in the garbage bin was the bag that had the other part of the blanket? Was it towards the top, in the middle,
there
the
was,
bottom?
These were like large industrial-sized garbage bags, right?
Okay.
And Mom would always yell at me, you know, don't put so much garbage in one bag, because I would always make the bags like really heavy, right?
Okay.
And so I had the blanket was in a garbage bag, but there was another garbage bag that was inside.
Okay, 1 second here. All right. So, oh, sorry. Was I making noise and I had my thing unmuted? My bad. My bad. Um, oh, hey, I can't even see my face. There it is. There's my face. So this is another thing, right? When he was talking there. So they didn't show you a picture, but you knew that that was the right same blanket, considering, right, according to you, that there was two blankets, pink blankets, which I don't believe to be true. Um, like I said, I believe it was Ninchi that showed on her live. I believe it was where she had asked about was there a second pink blanket, and it was like nope. But anyways, and then Belynda had told us that Daniel had talked about a blue blanket at the start, and a pink one. But anyways, he didn't see a picture, but yet he's claiming that there was two pink blankets. So he put two and two together and knew it was that pink blanket that must be up in the tree. Well, how did you know that? Right? Now, the thing that I don't think that Daniel realizes, or maybe he does and just doesn't fully want to understand this, but when we play the next part here, just think about this. If someone was telling you this story about a blanket up in the tree, he put two and two together, him and his brother suddenly recorded it, and called the rest of it to the police, type of idea. But just think about the fact. Can you picture that somebody is going to walk up to you? Because we know that Haley didn't plant it there. Malaya's family didn't. You know what I mean? That's just does not make sense on any level at all. No level of why Malaya's family, who didn't need to, would somehow plant a blanket just to try to blame you when there was no need to do any of that stuff. So just imagine being told that, or you're trying to make us believe that somebody opened up that garbage bin somewhere after you heard the kids and that morning, and that somebody went and sucker punched that freaking double garbage bag and put their hand through it and was like, woohoo, I got a piece of a blanket. You know what? I think I'm just going to stroll on down the street for no reason whatsoever and throw it up in a tree. I'm just talking about what sounds believable to the ear versus what many of us deem as just a bunch of shit coming to our ears, right? Yeah, well, Logan, she's pro Daniel and pro whatever. Bottom line is, Logan said that the bag was untied. Well, there you go, Brandy. She said it was untied. Why would somebody then need to put their fists through a bag and reach down to grab a blanket, right? And I'm more under the impression that the piece of the blanket was truly like what Cheryl said, on the railing. That would make sense. When Daniel tore it off for its original purposes, it was, put it up on the door, throw the piece of the pink blanket probably on the front railing, obviously, because that's where they would have been, but anyways, it's just, again, when you're listening to things, what sounds right to the ear, and what's the chances that you're going to believe this story of children disappear? You heard them that morning. You can't place a vehicle on the property or anything like that. And yet you're trying to make us believe, well, see, I don't even want to bring up Haley because Daniel always blames her for everything, right? Because that to me is just, again, another way of why, to me, Daniel and Malaya are not this united front together. That there's something that we obviously are missing or not seeing, because we don't know the actual truth, to why Daniel is always pointing the fingers at everybody else, right? It's always point the finger at somebody else, and the accountability just is not there. And to me, when I'm listening to that stuff, It's because when you're not telling the truth, it means you have something to hide. It means you have knowledge of what happened to Jack and Lily. And you're trying to deflect in every which way but loose. But it's not natural, the storyline of that somebody just came by during the time when the investigators were there, as you're trying to place Haley, and that the RCMP are there, and that someone just comes around and punches a hole in a bag. It just isn't logical. So I'll play that out so we can
right.
out it.
So it was like double bagged.
Interesting.
And you could see I keep wanting to say a hole that was ripped in the side from a hand that went down inside of it and pulled something out, but it looked to be like somebody put their hand in there and ripped it out. But the blanket was still at the bottom of the bag, right? It wasn't pulled all the way out. It wasn't anything like that. So
was the trash bag in the bottom of the can or on top of like all the other trash?
It was the garbage bag, that one big garbage bag. That was like a 60-pound garbage bag. And it was that was the only bag that was in there.
Oh, okay. So there wasn't any other trash on top.
No, there was nothing.
Just to again point this out. Janie comes out and tells Daniel, according to their version, that Janie comes out and says to Daniel about not stuffing the bag too full because she's seen him putting in the blanket, right? Not stuff too full. Wouldn't a normal person obviously be visualizing that Janie comes out of the trailer, sees Daniel, less the fact that Malaya said she put it in the garbage can, but that she sees Daniel placing this bag and says, not to overfill it, blah, blah, blah. So how does one then suddenly have a blanket at the very bottom of the garbage bin? Because I'm pretty sure you just didn't, toss it upside down. Usually when you're filling a garbage bag up, can't remember any time that you haven't tied it up top and that's the way it goes into the garbage, So how does one talk about the Janie saying that she's seen Daniel put it in and not to make it full? That's right? Thank you. 154. I just remember that it was before the vigil on there. But anyways, so again, I just wanted to point that out. So you're telling a story about the blanket at the very bottom of the garbage can, but yet that blanket by all rights should be on top. Yeah. Yep. Thanks, Ben. I got your back, Ben. See that? Okay, what are we at? We're at 140. So we're just going to
pile on top of it or underneath it.
So if somebody opened the bin, that's the first thing that they would see.
Yeah, they would be able to see the pink blanket in there. Yeah.
Okay. And so it seems like in the documents that it alludes that they showed you guys a picture and that you guys confirmed it. Was that, if you didn't see a picture, do you know if Malaya did?
I'm not sure if she did or not. I have no idea.
What's interesting is that Malaya's sister found this blanket along with two other family members the day the children were reported missing in the afternoon. Then Daniel suggested that the people who found the blanket planted it. So I spoke with Malaya's sister, Haley Ferdinand, who found the blanket, and she denies having planted anything.
We most certainly did not. And that's on everything I have, the person I am. I would not do that in the midst of to obstruct a case for missing children, regardless if they're related to me or not. I would never. So
why do you think Daniel is suggesting that you planted it? He told that to me as well.
Probably because I was the one that was hot on his ass the whole time we were there.
Okay.
And he didn't like me from the get-go when I got there because he would not speak to any of Malaya's family when we showed up to help the search for Lily and Jack. He'd put his head down. He would ignore us. He would walk away from us. He wouldn't engage in conversation. And I kept at him. I was there for Jack and Lily, and I'm still here for Jack and Lily.
The RCMP announced Friday it's bringing in cadaver dogs.
Yeah, I think we're coming up to that part. Okay, so I wanted to point out that again. Okay, just things that I want to point out. And thank you so much, Hunter, for this another wonderful, wonderful video, and allowing people to use the content as well. And appreciate that very much. So I want to go back to what Haley said about how it was. Now, Daniel, when he was on the live, he said, that basically Haley was pretty much up in his face accusing him and stuff like that. And, because when I asked him, like, why do you keep always blaming Haley for everything? Haley, those are Haley's car keys. Haley's the one that planted the blanket. Haley's the one that has the children, right? And right, Haley had said that she was all up in Daniel's face, but kind of like what she said there, though, was because when Malaya's family had come, and this isn't obviously before Malaya's left, according to Haley, that Daniel's pretty much avoiding them, looking down, not like as if they're not even there type of thing, right? Oh, you lost your internet. That's not much to suck, Dodie. Honestly, it sucks when the internet goes down. So just to add to the mysterious hole in the, garbage bags on there, right? Then you're looking at these type of actions, that Haley is saying, and is it matching the unbelievable factor when it comes to Daniel and his version of what happened, right? Because those aren't actions that you would expect to happen when two children are missing, to avoid, be looking down, unless maybe you're on drugs and running around with chicken like your head cut off type of thing, So, like I said, it's just all these little details throughout there. Congratulations, Belynda. I'm so happy for you. Thank you, Dodie. Yeah, we reached the goal that I wanted to, and anything above that is a bonus. But again, thank you for everyone. Did you go over 58? I think it was one DM tells the reporter that Lily got a black eye the day before she went missing. So he admitted something happened Thursday. So then he caught himself. No, I didn't go over that part, Brandy. I mean, because the live is so long, right? Typically when you're watching a video, you want to stop it and go over the things and stuff like that. But I also want people to, appreciate, of course, Hunter's work and, the video in itself for people that haven't seen it. Now, I wasn't even planning on playing this part, but sometimes I just can't help it when, you got some good video put together and then you're listening to it and you're like, exactly, and especially drives me crazy about the blanket. Of course it was planted there. Of course that story doesn't make sense. Of course blaming the other way type of idea.
We call cadaver dogs in this late. It's for one reason is because they are most effective when they're looking for decomposition. Two, where are they looking for decomposition and why? What information do they have that takes them to that particular position?
We know it's going to take time. We wish it'd be faster, but we have to be patient.
Daniel Martell has been asking RCMP for months to search for his two missing stepchildren. Now the time has come. RCMP say 2 dogs will come to Nova Scotia from British Columbia to conduct the specialized search.
So what does this say to you? Because, I mean, they are dogs searching for human remains.
Well, I know that it's going to be really hard work now that there's so much vegetation in the woods, but I'm pretty happy that they're going to be able to do it. I even hope that they bring more than one dog if they have access to more than one dog.
So what are you happy about? What do you hope this will bring?
I would just like to see maybe the social media speculation theories and accusations. Maybe they're not going to stop, but
yeah, well, I do have to stop it there. Why do you feel sick? Because Ben's here? I don't know. You're getting asked about, well, what do you hope this will bring? Well, I just hope that this social media and speculation and, but in your head, are you not thinking, well, I hope possibly that this can bring answers for Jack and Lily and stuff like that? Sunny's so droll. But you know what I mean? So it's kind of like, how everyone always says that Daniel kind of always makes it about himself, or, in a sense. And well, that's what this reminded me of when I'm hearing this. He's asked a question about, well, what do you hope this will bring? And the first thing that comes to mind that comes out of his mouth is talking about the social media aspect of it. You think that would kind of be at the bottom end, in a sense, that you would say, well, it would be nice also, but at the bottom end, what's up? But anyways, so again, just one of the things that when you're listening to when Daniel's speaking, you're just like, why is that the first thing that comes out of your mouth when you're being asked about, and don't forget, remember, he was pissed. I remember that he was pissed. I remember in my chat, he made a comment that said, that basically he has every right to give us all the information that he had, because he was pissed about him not being told about the dogs, and stuff like that coming. But again, from a case perspective, again, maybe they had given that Daniel that feeling of, like, we're going to let you know as things go on, what's going to exactly happen and stuff like that, but you can tell that he was just very upset and pissed off that they didn't. Anyway, so I want to stop it there for that reason.
Slow down, because at this point they're getting ridiculous.
So are you thinking that the dogs will go in there and won't find anything?
I know for 100% they won't find anything. I mean, that's probably why they waited this long to do it. It's just to keep the public informed, I guess.
That's
that
ridiculous.
They're hard at work.
Do you think it will rule things out?
Yeah, I think it will rule a lot of things out. Rule out that the RCMP are, working hard, and there's no human remains on the property.
Is there any piece of you that's preparing for the fact, like, what if they do find something?
No, because I didn't do anything. I know Malaya didn't do anything. I know my mother didn't do anything. Those are 3 people on the property. I mean, after the polygraph exams, they should have known right there. We didn't kill any of the kids, or we didn't kill the kids.
So why do you think this step is necessary?
Well, it just rules out one and brings the book a little bit closer to being closed. I mean, one chapter at a time.
Dogs that are trained to detect human remains were in the community on the property where the children went missing.
Mm-hmm.
What did they find?
Well, they did not find or signify any, identify any scent of human remains during their search. So they searched the property around the family's home. They searched the area where we found the pink blanket, the pipeline area, and the intersecting trails, and they didn't. The dogs didn't indicate on any scent of human remains during those searches.
How many days were the teams on the ground?
I believe it was around 3 days, and they searched roughly 40 kilometers of area during that time.
Did one of the handlers question the children's stepfather, Daniel Martell?
I can't comment on what was said between Mr. Martell and the dog handler. That's really not.
Come back for 1 second. Leah, obviously, thank you for being here. Appreciate the donation that you did for the GoFundMe for Belynda. Again, thank you to everyone. And yeah, appreciate that. I don't know if I butchered your last name as well. Is it Scantos? Like the Z silent, right? Scantos on there. One of the things, so besides Daniel was talking about some other things, there, again, the way he's saying it, I could have stopped it there and talked about that as well. this part to me where Rob McCammon is talking about the dog handler and about talking with Daniel. I mean, I think anyone watching this can see that his body movement kind of went into, you know, the mode when you, are lying straight up. That the way he's answering this, and he's just like doing a lot of, well, you know, I mean, I can't, you know, I mean, what they said, and I don't know, maybe they, and he kind of goes into this mode. Here, I just deem him as he's just bold-faced lying about anything about the handler talking to Daniel. The way he's even projecting his body language is just odd in a sense when he's asked his question. And it's almost just like someone like, okay, okay, I gotta, you know, say this, you know, it's probably when their brain wasn't maybe necessarily expecting the question, or, you know, and then, but then have to come up with kind of like, you know, a lie, and knows he's lying. You guys feel that he's just literally, to me, he's just absolutely BSing us about not knowing that the handler, you know, if he didn't know beforehand, he definitely knew afterhand. But anyways, I just take him here as just being all flat, like a little bit flustered in the brain as he's given us his reasons.
Something I'm aware of or have knowledge on, and I don't have any comment there. So,
Would it be common practice for a dog handler to question people who are involved in investigation?
There may be circumstances. I mean, I'm not sure that there's strict protocols on talking or not talking. I mean, when a dog handler, and maybe not protect this circumstance, but if you show up somewhere and you need to use a dog, you would probably gather some information to help you get that started. So there could be reasons for sure for PDS to be talking to somebody at the scene to get the information they need. But again, there's no solid and fast rules on that. So yeah, there may, you know, they may talk to people.
What happens now?
Now we continue on with our investigative work. Nothing stopped from the second day of this investigation when major crime took carriage and began collating and sorting and organizing the information and planning the investigation. This is not something that we stopped working on. We've got 2 young children, Lily and Jack, who've gone missing from their home, and it is a Missing Persons Act investigation still at this time. But we need to find answers to that. There's a lot of legitimate public concerns about how 2 children go missing and we can't find them. So we're going to continue until we have answers.
I actually got back from a visit with my daughter, and I come home and the dogs were already, you know, on scene, and they were there for about an hour before I got there. I didn't know the exact day when the arrival was going to happen. It was even a surprise to me, but at the end of the day, everything's ruled out there, and I hope this is speculation, you know, turns elsewhere. They're there, and then, you know, I walk up, greet them, and meet them for the very first time. It's like, you know, can I come close to you and the dogs? And he said, oh yeah. And then, you know, investigators were there, or one investigator, and, you know, had a conversation with him, and they said, look, yeah, we're going to do the property. I said, perfect, like, let's do every square inch. And that's when it began with, you know, where do you think we should where do you think we should search? And in my mind, these guys are the best. They're supposed to be the best. They should have mapped the terrain, looked at satellite imagery, and found every single speck on that property that needed to be searched. And they should have had, you know, better coordination with reviewing those maps and people involved from the start with search and rescue to determine areas they need to search. But I said, you're welcome to do it anywhere. You know, they did inside the house. They did, I mean, everywhere. Vehicles, they did everything they could. And they ran from one side of the house to the other.
With that, like, it's kind of like, well, where do you think we should search? Well, I mean, these should search probably where you think that the children would be, where they could have gone in the areas, because obviously they would want the parents, people on the property in charge of Jack and Lily, to know maybe the, you know, simple as that, the places that they might have gone, could go, and stuff like that. So but then that turned into kind of like a slag on, well, like they should know where to search. I mean, they're supposed to be the best of the best and stuff like that. Yeah, but it sounded like that question came off more like, okay, if you were Jack and Lily, where might you have gone, right? What areas are deemed as more important, in a sense. But anyways, saw her sitting by Belynda's on a bench real close. Saw her sitting by Belynda's on a bench real close. Who? Sharon, what did you... He was talking food. Animals. Okay, 1 second. I think we're at the 148 mark, so I think this is probably where it comes up.
Waiting for the dogs to, bark or pick up a scent, and nothing was located. Same with all the property. There was no indication of anything. They did like up the road, they did the blanket site, they did pipeline where the blueprint was found. I mean, they exhausted every single area within Lansdowne.
Yeah, the pipeline trail right here where we're standing.
Mm-hmm. They did. I mean, they spent every hour they could searching, not, planning or anything like that. I mean, they were boots on the ground, just doing whatever they could.
You were mentioning that you had a bit of a tense reaction with one of the dog handlers. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, it was a little bit heartbreaking and saddening to hear what the words that came out of his mouth. And for me, all I was trying to do was ever help. Like that's all I've been doing is cooperating, and to see that and hear that, I mean, it was pretty saddening. He said your Thursday and all the way leading into Friday morning, there's not enough detail. And I said to him that Thursday was just an ordinary day until I woke up on Friday morning. And that's when life changed. There was nothing like life changing on Thursday. It was a normal day. So therefore, there was nothing detailed that needed to be remembered that day until Friday morning.
So he was mentioning something along the lines of something happened Thursday night, yeah, and your story isn't matching up?
Yeah, well, not just matching, it didn't have enough detail for him personally. And then that's when I asked him, do you know anything on the case? And he said, not really. I've seen you on the news once. And that kind of alarmed me, or, shocking, because you're having somebody that's trying to get you to admit to something and they don't know any details. So therefore, my Thursday didn't have any details. Your knowledge of the case didn't have any details. So you shouldn't try to force something on me without knowing any of the background.
Did he make any accusations at you?
Yeah, he did. He said that Thursday didn't have enough details, and we think you did something to the kids Thursday night. And I asked him, what are you talking about? I just ran through whole Thursday and Wednesday with you. We just spent the last 20 minutes talking. And there's not enough detail because I thought it was an ordinary day. In the end, cadaver dogs were there. They went through, and the story continues.
The mother of Lily and Jack Sullivan, who have been missing for over 5 months, released a statement, a written statement. I'm going to read what she had to say for those who didn't see this yet.
So unless, 1 second, I'll just move it. Because I just want to see here. Yeah, no, that's not really the time. That's not the part, at least so far. It was about the Thursday, so I can understand that. But the part, and I think that they were partially showing him on DT as well, talking about the Thursday, because that's when he couldn't seem to make up his mind if the kids were awake or not. And he gave himself, he totally contradicted himself. I remember listening to when Hunter on your video when you played that, and a couple things stick out in my head about this regular Thursday. That's not a regular Thursday. is that the timeline that they speak about when Daniel says that the sergeant officer, whatever his name was again, with the dog Narc, basically says like, well, we think that something happened on Thursday, like, and that basically that Daniel and that is not giving enough information about Thursday. Well, again, it's contradictory. Ben, you're being very generous tonight. Yeah, making a lot of money at that job. That's 6 today now. Let's see. 1 second. It looks like Streamlabs deleted a message before of somebody's. Just waiting for my live stream to catch up behind. Was it Sea Legal? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Last time they physically saw Lily and Jack, right? Just an ordinary day. So my thing is, again, a couple things is that, so not only does this, the sergeant officer guy with NARC, say that about Thursday to Daniel. Again, I think you guys know that Thursday has been like pulling teeth to get the actual information. And so when Hunter does play that in his video too, right? Daniel, again, because he'll say it, I think one was on DTs and the other, when he's like talking about checking on the kids at midnight. Well, if the kids are in bed at midnight, then how do you not remember that if you did or didn't see them when you went inside? Like, obviously you would know if Malaya was sleeping or the kids were still up, but yet you say you can't remember if they were awake, but yet then you bring yourself in later on. And then you're also saying that you went to bed early that night. And I remember commenting on this before, like, so you went to bed early that night. So, and then not only that, but you can't remember if the kids are awake, but yet then you place yourself not even going to bed after 12 and checking on Jack and Lily. So that to me is just someone forgetting, double talking. So then the day when the children are missing, the RCMP say to Janie that they didn't believe her story. So here you have the RCMP dog, which is in a sense separate, that's saying that about Thursday night to Daniel. And then Daniel is inconsistent in his time when he's talking about it. And then you have the RCMP saying to Belynda to Janie that they didn't believe her. Right? It makes you wonder a bit here. We got a bunch of polygraph tests, that were done, obviously. We only know about the first ones that were in the documents about who was truthful. And the second time, obviously, we wouldn't know. We can only take their word that they passed the test, right? Daniel said he did. We know Janie can't take one. Haley said she did. But this is where I have to wonder. Okay, and this is just my own wondering. For me, Daniel exudes to me, whether he agrees or not, about being a narcissist. Now, a narcissist isn't just a standalone, cluster in a sense. It's, usually if you have borderline personality, ADHD, but Daniel to me has absolutely a narcissistic personality. It's people that shift blame, or what I deem as calling narcissistic personality. So I could see Daniel passing a polygraph test because I feel like that he lies so much that he actually believes his own lies. Or when when somebody can lie so much that the reader is like needle going, type of thing. I think Daniel can pass a polygraph. Now, do I feel like they can all pass polygraphs? No. This is where, and this is just speculation, okay? This is where I think that Daniel could pass a polygraph. And I believe that Malaya, as said, was truthful, passed a polygraph on the questions she was asked. I believe that Cindy passed the polygraph as well to what was said. Now, the reason why I find this confusing, but yet logic would tell me that if someone can pass a polygraph out of all those people, it will be Daniel that could pass the polygraph. Now, this is where I believe that, and maybe when Anita, maybe she was correct when she said, because I already know already that from Malaya, right, to her sister, was that she woke up close to 4 o'clock and Daniel was in the bathroom doing meth. Okay. So we've had that information for quite a while now. It's been talked about. And so this is where I believe that Daniel possibly did something to those children. Malaya does wake up, doesn't check on her children. Here's Daniel shuffling, doing meth, whatever, because Cindy asked her if she had checked on the children, and she had told her no, that she didn't, right? She said that her and Daniel were squabbling. And so to me, there is a good chance that Malaya was not actual part of getting rid or something bad happening to Jack and Lily, but that Malaya knew in her heart of hearts that her children were missing. She's like confused, not knowing really what the fuck is going on about her children. But the fact that I'll come back to that part. And that Cindy would pass, Malaya would pass, Wade would pass, because they actually didn't know exactly what happened to Jack and Lily, but they knew that, say, Daniel had something to do with it. Now, I also feel that there's this part where, whether it was fear, perhaps, whether it was fear, Daniel threatening her per se. And then again, this is just my own thoughts, okay? Because I'm just trying to make sense of everything that we are, trying to understand in this case. Why Malaya and Daniel aren't on the same page, why she left them if it's a united front. Trying to understand polygraphs and the fact of why it seems like each person is passing. And then the most logical thing is that that's something that Daniel did something to the children, because of Malaya, the argument, basically lost his shit, whatever. And that she could very well have been asleep at this time. And then she didn't check on her children. And then it's like, what the fuck? Where's my kids? And then, but she makes the comment that she sees Lily. Not only did she hear them, but also seen them. And so then I think to myself, okay, so that's where the head spins around. But then you think to yourself, okay, so the actions that Malaya did by leaving the property, is that because she went along and that's why her interview was so strange? Is because she didn't know what the fuck and whatever. And of course, Daniel's probably going to deny everything. And she's kind of just going to what Daniel is saying, like, you need to say, and like, this is the storyline, but then she gets the fuck out of Dodge. And then she just kind of hides, Now, so was that interview that first day, and the way and why Malaya said that she heard Because she never said, never seen. Because there has to be something all within this. Okay, and this is just barring the fact. So I'm talking about family involvement, that scenario, because of all this inconsistencies that aren't making sense. A mother leaving the property, taking down her Facebook and all Daniel's pictures, you know, saying that Daniel does drugs and all that stuff, right? So Malaya could have easily have passed this polygraph if she truly didn't know that Daniel had actually done something, but definitely thought that he had something to do with it, and then got basically the fuck off the property, but yet still lied in the interviews. Because at that time, like, I'm sure, like, you're right, we don't know that, but I'm just trying to make sense of the logic of that information about how or why it could make sense, right? If Malaya is in fear, say, of herself, because she does feel like Daniel has something to do with it, is she more apt to lie just so that she can then get the fuck out of there and stuff like that? Who knows where the truth lies? But I could see Daniel passing the polygraph for lying, and the other people passing because they actually are telling the truth, you know? And I don't think that Malaya does know where the children are. Like, if I'm just going on based on my theory, that I don't believe that Malaya does know where the children are. I believe that she knows certain information, but then there's things that I keep hearing, and it could just be more side noise, right? Everyone says how mellow or soft-spoken Malaya is, you know, and stuff like that. But meaning that could be a very logical reason, because if we try to look at all this reasoning, it doesn't make sense that people that are in cahoots with each other separate from each other. They want to remain in control. They want to know what each other's saying. You're coming up with one. That's not what happened. Malaya leaves, right? And I believe that she knows in her heart that Daniel did something, but also by the same token, never believing, because, you know, when she said it to me, like in her messages, when I said, do you think that Daniel could do it? She said, no, that she didn't believe Daniel could harm them. Again, is she saying that? Was she saying that because, you know, the truth she doesn't want to actually put out there, but she's just either in fear of Daniel, in fear of that information, you know, to say yes, you know, could be, right? Again, what was she told not to, you know, talk too much? You know, I mean, people will definitely get frustrated after time has gone on by and you're like, you know, I want my children back. So I'm just trying to think of every logical reason why Daniel and Malaya didn't stay united, especially if we think that both did nothing. How is it possible that all people could pass a polygraph? The most logical thing to me in my head is because Daniel is that he just lies, and it doesn't even affect his brain pattern whatsoever, because it's just something that he's probably learned and done for like a long ass time. And I can tell when Daniel's talking, you know, when there's certain things, definitely I can tell when I just don't believe him, because it's trying to give us the perception about these things that he's all done and doing for Jack and Lily, you know, but there's definitely just a ton of it that I'm just absolutely not buying into, because my shit detector isn't that far off, you know, but I can see Daniel all of a sudden playing this nice game now towards Belynda, this nice game now, in a sense, he's, by one token, he's saying, I never want to talk to Malaya again, you know, and all that stuff. You know, the one person that has the means, motive, and opportunity to plant that blanket was Daniel Martell. Now, Daniel says he can't drive a stick shift, you know, the 5-speed. I don't know that I believe that, usually pretty much every farm boy or whatever knows how to drive a stick shift. I don't necessarily know that I believe him on that either. Because the children, regardless, got off that property at some point or never made it there, right? RCMP, they're not buying Janie's story. The RCMP, they're not buying Daniel's Thursday night. Daniel double talks himself about the Thursday night. And it just becomes about inconsistencies, you know, and Daniel has a lot of them. And you can't take back and try to change the narrative in a sense, or the thoughts about him, you know, or Malaya, based on everything that we've watched, listened to, you know, especially with the inconsistencies and stuff. I forgive certain inconsistencies, and there's others I don't, you know. It seems like they tried to tell the same story, you know, but I think that was more on Daniel. But anyways, that's kind of how I feel about, like, just meaning I am looking at everything, you know, regardless. So when Belynda says that when Malaya left that property, it's because Malaya knew that those children aren't coming back. It could have been because she truly wasn't sure at the time, you know, not believing that Daniel would ever do something like that, right? I mean, you guys have all seen Daniel's, you know, obsession in a sense with Malaya, right? About the waterfall and the new Daniel and this Daniel and stuff like that. And he pretty much, you know, has blasted her a new asshole and her as a mother. And yet, that's only if we believe what he's saying, which I don't. But then Malaya's actions only kind of joined in force with why isn't a mother coming forward? Why isn't a mother being vocal for her children and stuff like that? We don't know the background to all this. I can rest assured that for the most part, the RCMP do, right? But I think, but to think that everything's laid out neatly as Daniel's saying it, absolutely not. It's just not. And so, again, it's just my speculation. It's just my thoughts, giving you guys ponder for thought about that as well, about how can this be true about the polygraphs at the same time that this is true, you know? Thank you guys all for being here, by the way. Appreciate that. 9:29. I'm only going to be a few more minutes. But when I actually find that piece of the clip that I wanted to play, because you'll see he was very inconsistent in his Thursday night. And obviously the police, RCMP, are very much aware of that. And Rob McMahon, your name is, and you can play stupid all you want to the TV. Fair game. But to me, it was just clear as day that you were a little bit stuttering and a little bit jittery when that question was asked about the dog handler saying that you guys know damn right going in kind of what's going to happen. And even if you didn't, you knew right after that, yeah, I talked to Daniel. The whole point is just to get information, right? I mean, regardless. So let's see.
Tops. He said the vehicle would drive off in the distance and he could hear it stop and then return. He said it remained in earshot the entire time. Another neighbor, Justin Smith, told RCMP that at 1:30 a.m., he heard a car turn around by the railroad tracks near the area of Gairloch Road and Lansdowne Station Road. He said it made a noise, then the vehicle was quiet for about 2 minutes, then drove off towards Lairg Road. Smith told police he later spoke with Wong, who informed him the vehicle was the children's stepfather, Daniel Martell. The court records also detail Martell's account of the evening. He told police he went to bed fairly early and didn't wake up until light the next morning.
The night they were seen on camera, they were seen on Thursday. They were seen at Dollarama. And then we went to Acropole.
Oh, maybe this is it. Maybe this is it.
You know, we got some
Yeah, I
food
think
and then
this is
brought
it,
it home. When we got home, it was a little bit before 4 o'clock, and I went outside and helped mom work on the fence. Took me a little while to find all my tools and stuff, but then, you know, after I got my drill and everything else, and I helped mom work on the fence for quite a few hours until it was just coming on to dark. And then after it was dark, I came back inside. What I remember, the kids were sleeping, but when you're looking back in time, Daniel, it's hard to, you know, kind of remember everything and get a feeling for how the night really was, because it just seemed like a normal night, right? When I came inside, I thought the kids were sleeping, and I could have swore they were sleeping, but it says in the documents that she had them up till 9 or 10 at night. I don't remember them being up that late, so I'll tell you that. I went to bed actually a lot later than Malaya did, I think. Like, Malaya was already asleep when I came into bed. I remember flicking on the light for the kids at 12 at night, or a little bit after 12, so a little bit after midnight, and both of the kids were fast asleep under the covers. So, but I never get a chance to see what clothing they were wearing because the blankets were up on them, right?
Did you see the backpack?
I don't remember the backpack, the strawberry backpack, but that was always in Lily's room, right?
Okay.
Like, that was always in Lily's room. Like, she never took it out of there, right? That was her backpack it wasn't a school backpack. I know a lot of people think that, but she actually had a pink LOL doll, like, for school, and that was her. And the backpack she ended up taking was the one that we bought for when she took to her grandmother's, right? Which would be Cindy Murray.
So when she goes on trips, this was the backpack for trips.
Yeah. She didn't take her school backpack. She took her one that she takes on trips. Trips or overnight trips or to go to visit. She would use that backpack.
Documents said the children's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, told police she went to bed around 9 p.m. She said Martell stayed up and she doesn't know what he did. And in a phone interview Friday, Martell said no one from the family.
Okay, wait 1 second. So she says that Martell stayed out. Now again, first of all, I doubt Malaya would go to sleep while leaving Lily and Jack up. How don't you remember if Lily and Jack were up? Because you said Malaya's asleep. So that would deem then that the kids would be in bed, because I don't think Malaya's that shitty of a mom that she just lets her kids play. She said she put Lynn Jack to bed, whatever, then Meadow type of thing. And Daniel said just after dark. He had said he went to bed early that night. Is his early after 12 at night? That's not early. So then he kept saying, well, I think that they were in bed. Well, I'm pretty sure that you would remember this, unless perhaps you were on meth and doing something else with perhaps Jack and Lily. So I don't know if it's a fact of him trying to reverse information in a sense, because sometimes when you say something and it's like, oh shit, you know, and then all of a sudden you have to try to clean that up with another version in a sense, but it doesn't make sense. He comes in just after dark. I think he said there was just after. He thought he went to bed fairly early that night. Oh, there, it's right in front of my face where I stopped it, and didn't wake up until morning. Okay, so Cindy talks to Malaya at 11 o'clock that night, Thursday. Daniel's in the trailer at this point. What, did Malaya go outside and make the phone call to her mother, Cindy, at 11 o'clock that night? Is Malaya lying? Because, you know, once the children are missing that they don't, like, Malaya's confused. She doesn't know what the fuck is going on. She's listening to Daniel and all that stuff. What about waking up? Whether it was 3:09, as Anita's saying, or 4 o'clock, that Malaya tells her sister, Daniel wasn't sleeping all night, right? So this is what's hard to believe, is that when you have this the information, and granted, obviously, if Malaya is telling her sister, type of thing, about waking up and, Daniel doing meth and stuff like that, and Daniel's denying it. Well, we've already known that Daniel's been inconsistent with his even telling of the truth of the drugs of when it started. And again, and it's because there's lying going on. The story can't be kept straight about the Thursday because it's just that. It's a story. It's a version. It's their version of what. It's just behind it all. I'd like to understand, and maybe at some point we will. The only reason why it's confusing, Sharon, is because people are lying. That's the only reason why this case is confusing. Because when you have two people on the property, and if one starts off as not knowing, so let's say Malaya didn't know what happened to Jack and Lily, but yet lies for the sake of, like I said, like the interview and stuff like that, and the pretense, but yet probably knowing in her heart and why she wants to get a fucking far away from Daniel as possible. It's logical to think that Malaya, only had, but the thing is that if she's turning around to try to somewhat cover up because she doesn't really know exactly what happened, but feels it, and she's scared, and she's just doing what she, is doing with the interview and stuff like that. But by the same token, we just don't know past that with Malaya too much because she went into hiding. So we don't know if she was speaking, if all of a sudden these inconsistencies or the truth would make more sense. So as what we try to do, just any normal human being trying to understand a case, you're just trying to make sense of what doesn't make sense. And because there's so much that doesn't make sense, you're just trying to look for the most logical thing that could have happened and why the lying is going on. Right? So again, it's just my thoughts. If there's anything that ever veered me in a different direction, then absolutely I would take a look. But it's one of those things, is that the simple bottom line of it is two children just don't vanish. They don't have all those resources out there to try to find them, and that those kids just somehow both ended up in some sort of hole in the ground in the woods, never to be found, no sonar. Those kids could have gotten virtually nowhere in their own timeline that they told, right? Now, I would think more about abduction if we didn't put everything else together with that, right? Is that the children, let's say, were not looked after whatsoever. They could veer off wherever they wanted. Some vehicle in the middle of no man's land that's a pedophile manages to see the great escape of Jack and Lily, or to think that they were even watching the property, is ridiculous. I think that's, to me, clear why they were adamant that if they had information that leaned towards that then they would be looking that route, but they're not. And that says to me a lot about what they think when it comes to the abduction side of it by some random ass stranger. I'm not flying down there, but I'll live stream an apology if I'm wrong. And so, like I said, I mean, regardless if Daniel's telling the truth or not telling the truth, there is a freaking dart right on the bullseye of him and Malaya, because there's no answers for Jack and Lily. The strangeness, but when you couple that with inconsistencies and outright lying and the things that we've witnessed, again, just the simple answer there is, whenever there's deception or lies and a ton of inconsistencies, it's because the truth is not being told. And I'm a firm believer in, like I said, look at the actions, look at the statistics, look at what's being said, what's not being said, what's happening. And the answer is usually right in front of your face. And hence why they call it Occam's razor, because the shortest line to the truth is right there. And it's just unrealistic to believe that two children both managed to walk that far with a couple little legs going on. Ain't happening. But the telltale of this is still going to go back to the blanket in the tree that somebody planted, which was a misdirection of the truth. And Daniel can keep saying that a bus would have picked it up or seen it and stuff like that. Well, not true. But when was it planted? Right? Was it planted after? Obviously before the 911 call? Because you had the time, motive, and means to do it. Out of anyone, trying to throw Haley in there as if she punched a hole in a bag, and that's just absurdity, right? That's just taking it to the land of fairyland telling. Because when people are trying to distract from the truth themselves, because they know or exactly what has happened, this is where cases like this will turn out. And obviously, for the evidence purposes and stuff like that, yeah, unfortunately, honestly, again, it just boils down to the data, the digital data, lack of cameras, lack of data, lack of information. But it's more than that. It's a matter of that they need to connect. They need to prove. And so no matter how guilty RCMP might think that, say, Daniel is, again, let me ask you this. Why was Daniel the only one that was called down to the RCMP? Malaya didn't have to go down when the blanket was called in. It was Daniel. Malaya didn't have to go, like I said, see them again. So where does that kind of tell you? It kind of tells you that this is more a situation when you feel like, okay, hypothetically, that they're more definitely looking at Daniel and why they're always interested in things when Daniel's kind of speaking versus Malaya. Right? And so that's why I think that amongst all this is a lot of BS, lies, and all that shit going on, weird ass interviews. But if we look at who's the one that keeps trying to be deceptive and about their answers and about how much they've done for Jack and Lily, I'm just calling a spade on this. I call it as I see it. And it's not because I, have a thing about wanting to nail Daniel's ass to the wall or Malaya's. It's really just about Jack and Lily and where the truth lies and what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, So, but if there's anyone that keeps misdirecting us for everything, is Daniel, about the blanket, about the loosey-goosey story of the blanket, I always thought it was kind of weird that Malaya said those few things to me in the chat. I always thought it was a little bit strange. I'm like, if Malaya was part of this, like, meaning if Malaya actually did something herself to the children, why is she saying certain things that don't make sense? You know, more so when Daniel says things. You're like, why are you telling us about the black eyes? Why are you giving us this information about the dog handler? Like, right? And that's just because up here, maybe what they think they're projecting properly is actually doing the reverse effect. But it makes more sense, you know, looking at the information, you know, that Malaya passing the polygraph, Malaya talking about certain things. Like, why would you do that? Why? Like, there's no way that two people aren't going to spill the beans on each other by what they've kind of been saying about the information, right? Especially, right? Malaya is going to try to blame everything on me so she doesn't get in trouble. I believe that first part is right. Malaya is going to try to blame everything on you because Malaya probably in her heart of hearts knows that you did do something. She probably did not answer me truthfully when she said that Daniel couldn't harm the kids. You know, I don't know. It's just my best educated guess myself, you know, and why polygraphs can be passed and who would be in the more, like, I'm still sorry, but I find it so ironic that you know, hyper Janie there, the person that says that she heard them last could not have a polygraph test, right? Now, I can see her being a fucking basket case just normally, right? Cried in my sleep. But, you know, can't you see her being like, you know, I mean, you've heard her talking. I mean, she's going to give her own self a heart attack just by the way she speaks. Chances are, Ben, they didn't find anyone's foreign DNA. They probably didn't find no foreign DNA on the hole in the bag. Come on now. I wish I could bottle up shit and sell it. I just wish I could bottle up all this BS and just sell it and make money off of that. Because I'd be rich if I could ever do that with this case. Again, just logically, right? It will be very interesting. No, it will be very sad when the truth comes out for Jack and Lily, because I am, as just a person, I'm pissed. I'm pissed that Malaya stayed in a situation yet again, you know, that in a place, in a home where drugs are being done. It doesn't matter. She willingly said to her sister, or me, I should say, even, right, that Daniel was doing drugs, she found out when it came to Meadow being born. But she stayed there, right? And then this happens to Jack and Lily, or let's just let alone say her own life. You know, I do believe that Malaya has had a shit life. I also believe that Malaya has made some shit choices. And those shit choices have landed her exactly where she is today. You know, all through her own free will to make decisions. She didn't have to block people out of her life, right? When she said that Daniel made me, Daniel didn't make you do anything, right? If you stayed in a controlled environment willingly, you could have left. You tried to leave, apparently, you know? But the thing is that if you truly think that your kids are missing, you would have been coming out. But I don't believe you believe your kids are just missing. I believe you know your children are dead, just as Belynda said, and this is as a lot of us think. Hence why the lack of effort, the lack of vigils, the lack of anything. Now I think it's about saving a little bit of face a year later, But anyways, I think, is there a little bit more to play of this? Daniel's inconsistent Thursday.
Only left the property that night and they did not have any visitors. Brooks Murray has not responded to our request for comment.
Jack's 5th birthday. It's something that he should be here to celebrate in person. We shouldn't be where we are. So it's very important that we had the time to do this.
40 people gathered outside the Stellarton RCMP detachment to hear poems, speeches.
We're going to leave it there, guys. This has been a great live for the GoFundMe for Belynda. Somebody else obviously donated, anonymous, recent donation of $20. So $4,549. I was trying to reach the goal of $4,500 just for tonight. But you guys rock. I'm just going to say that. For all these donations that have come through in the assistance for Belynda, you guys, I hope you know that from the bottom of Belynda's heart and my heart, that thank you for just having that type of generosity. I know how people feel sometimes when it comes to donating and donations and different things. And so I didn't have any high expectations at all last week when I first did a live. You're always kind of hoping that if people can offer assistance, and they can, because of their huge empathic hearts and stuff like that, they see through who Belynda is. And that's what this was about. It wasn't about me making anything off this for any sort of clicks and views, let alone any sort of value to this GoFundMe for me. It was absolutely because my love and respect goes so much out to such a fighter, such a warrior, a lady that is exhausted, and she doesn't even know how long that this has to keep going on for Jack and Lily and not having answers. So I know how much this means to her, because she has told you guys that, but she's also, said, what, thank you, Sunny, so much for your love and support, all you've done and stuff like that. Again, she didn't ask me anything about doing something for the GoFundMe. I wanted to do it and just see if we could raise a little bit more money. Little did I know that would, pretty much double to what it did, to what the GoFundMe was when I didn't even know. I just asked Belynda if she had a link. Is there any link that she had to share for assistance, for Jack and Lily and the lawyer and all that stuff? And then she came back and with the GoFundMe. I didn't know about it before this. So from the 2 times that Belynda came on to do a live, but today was especially for the GoFundMe, because I said I wanted to do that. And you guys, again, all I can say is you did not let anyone down by your generosity. In fact, it just fills my heart. I just want to say that to you, because it's for Belynda, but you guys also come into this channel, many of you all the time, and come and support this channel. So I say that with a lot of tears that are sitting here in my eyes when I think about the love and support that does come from really good individuals. And this isn't to exclude the individuals that were not able to donate or assist. Again, it's about just supporting Belynda, not trying to take away from Belynda and anything she's doing from Jack and Lily. That's just horrible, to be honest. when you know that someone is just genuine, she's not got the money. I remember when she told me that quite a while back, when it was about lawyers and stuff like that previously, and then Daylene had the thing, and she basically, like, I didn't know what her financial situation is or was or anything, and she just said, if I do this, honestly, I'm going to need help, and me and Charmaine and Kent at the time was like, absolutely. Anything you need from us, we'll try to assist and help you in any way. Right. And so, then that, like, whatever all happened with that, because Belynda just basically said, I'll think about it. I'll let you know. I know Daylene became pro bono, but Belynda's saying she still got to pay for the paperwork. But it was when Belynda did let me know that her financial situation is not like, it's not like she has a lot of money. She just doesn't. And yet, but wanting to, hopefully, that without not wanting to ask, but bottom line is that in order for her to be able to fight for the guardianship of Jack and Lily, she needed the help of the community. So I know how hard it is for her to accept. It's hard for a lot of us to sometimes accept the graciousness of kindness and gestures of others, but yet we can do it so willingly ourselves, So I just really want to say, truly beautiful, thank you. Means a lot to me and your support of Belynda, just from this channel to you guys. So with that being said, thank you so much for reaching that goal of today and going a little bit over on there. My question is, if a child has been missing in Nova Scotia for a year, how does child support work? Variation support are made. I don't know the answer to that. We kind of talked about that a little bit. I think Nova did, as well. But you know what? I'm going to plunk that into AI tonight. I'm not going to now because, you guys, it's 10 o'clock. I'm freaking hungry. I'm really hoping that Alexa can do that live tomorrow. If she's not able to, chances are I'm not going to do the live. I'm just going to take another breather day because I've been to the dentist today and I've done this live for 5.5 hours pretty much. But I'm hoping that she can. And if she does, again, Alexa was and still remains like doing a lot of work. But anyways, criminal profiler for 16 years. I really love Alexa's no bullshit answers. She's just a genuine person through and through. And I really want to hear her thoughts. Although I've given her, videos and stuff to watch because, we knew everything about Delphi, right? But I really have always wanted to hear her take on Jack and Lily's case because I think she's a very smart. I think there's a lot of smart people out there when it comes to profiling and stuff. But I really want to have her take on what her thoughts are, and yet her personal thoughts as well, right? So I truly hope that she can make it tomorrow, but you guys will know when a live goes up. If a live doesn't go up, it means that it didn't happen and Sunny's gonna AFK, okay? Call me weird, but I love my dentist. Hey, I got no problem going to the dentist. It's actually very enjoyable for me, to be honest with you. I just sit there, they do their thing. I just turn on the TV. I was watching Tribunal Justice today. Just because I kept trying to click the stupid remote and it wasn't whatever, but I could see Tribunal Justice. I didn't even know what it was. Apparently it's 3 judges, kind of like a Judge Judy. Well, Judge Judy, actually, she's in like the credits of the show anyway, but it's like 3 judges that are listening to you as you're in the kind of like the Judge Judy style casing and stuff like that. But anyway, I just turn on TV, let them do their stuff. Biggest thing I hate is sitting there when you're lip is like, and you're trying to like, drink water or have something to eat and stuff like that. I don't like what my dentist charges. Well, I don't know about you, man, but I got 90% coverage. I had to pay $73 today. That's not bad. With 90%. In Alberta, they try to rake you over your asses with that shit. Because I had 90%, but you felt like you were only at 80%. At least here, I feel like it's like fair that basically the blue book value is what you're getting charged. You're not getting raked over the coals and stuff like that. But anyways, you guys. Okay, so I'm just gonna play the video for Jack and Lily on the way out. I want to thank Charmaine. I want to thank Nova. I know that there was other people that I've asked to come up and they either couldn't or whatever. But anyways, I know that take very deep care in Jack and Lily's case, regardless. And let's see here. I want to thank Hunter, True Crime. Again, if you guys haven't gone and watched his 2.5 hour, go listen to it again. Honestly, it's near the start where the truth lies, the most of the truth in a sense. And then just a bunch of, BS starts coming out or just things that boggle the head even more. But stick to what you're saying. Stick to what makes sense. With this case, like I said, our brain's trying to analyze. Well, with all this information that it's like you flip-flop. Does Malaya know? Does Malaya not know? Does Malaya, did she have part of it? Did she not have part of it? What happened to the children? Did they wander off? Were they abducted? Whatever your thoughts are, regardless, right? Just always remember, 2 children just don't disappear randomly. It's mostly because the people on the property, the mom and the dad and something like that have something to do with it. And when you see the truth not being told, that tells you right there, it's because the answers are within, say, that person or them. And that's the most logical advice or thoughts that I can say to you guys. So don't be distracted from a lot of the bullshit, right? Stick to the main core of what seems natural and normal on how a case would unfold if someone or people were telling the truth. Anyways, was she here tonight? Wait, who's been talking about? Was who here? Charmaine, hope you feel better. Ben, good night, everyone. You're all beautiful. Ben, you're all beautiful, but Sunny's more beautiful. Something like that. Ben, great to see you here, bud. Absolutely. I've missed you. When I saw that you were in Charmaine's, I was wondering if you were being a backstabber or if you were going to come see me too, and I wouldn't be able to see you today. Thanks, Mon. Thank you for all you do. Appreciate it. Again, thank you. I am hot and I am hungry and I'm going to go have some ice cream and whatever. Anyways, hopefully I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Hopefully. But other than that, I'm just going to play Jack and Lily's on the way out. It's like I hate leaving you guys. It's like when you have to say like 20 goodbyes and you're just like, I know I should go, but yeah, anyways. Whoop. I'm try you guys. Okay. Just to appreciate this again before I go as well. Charmaine, 5 membership she gifted. So congratulations and thank you for the kind gesture of Ben and Charmaine. Ben became a new member again. Ben. Charmaine has been a member for 42 months. Blue Jay did a super sticker for $9.99 for the channel. And Ben gifted another membership, and I think Sea Legal got that one. Anyways, just appreciation for all you guys and everyone for the GoFundMe for Belynda. Okay, guys. You guys have a great, wonderful night. And let me take that down. I'm going to cook now Australia dinner. Is that what time it is? Thanks, Leanne. You guys take care. Bye-bye, beautiful people. Beautiful people. Beautiful people. I might start sounding like Janie if I finish that song.
stood like pages since that quiet morning came. Two little shadows vanished, and nothing's been the same. The woods still hold their silence, the wind still speaks your names, and every road that leads away still carries all our pain. But time don't take the love we hold or dim the light we've known. We're still called.
Well, shit. I forgot to say, as I'm sitting there, I'm going, did I thank Belynda for being here? Thank Chelsea. I think I forgot to add those two people on there. And I'm like, well, I can't freaking say alive and thank Charmaine and Ben and everybody and not even sit there and say love you to Belynda and Chelsea, the evil sister, on there. But anyways, sorry, I had to cut that for a second. All right, continue on.
Calling you home through the dark, through the unknown. Every prayer, every tear says you're never alone. Though the nights feel so long and the answers don't come, we'll keep hope like a fire till you walk toward the sun. We're still calling you home. Your
Good night,
laughter
Hunter.
lives and echoes in fields and open skies, in every candle burning, in every mother's eyes. This town still stands together with hearts that won't let go. Your names are stitched in every soul. More.
All right. I'm going to do it again to you. All right there. Hunter said good night. I want to say this, okay? Because I know how much work goes into making a video like the one that I made, this one. Okay? That took me about 8 hours for all the little effects through a certain different program I was using besides my Wondershare. So to Hunter, I know how much work goes in to what you did yesterday in that 2.5 hour video, whether it's that video or other ones. But this one, I know the compilation and the time that it takes to do that and put it together, look for the work, go back to it. I should certainly hope you're more freaking organized than I am, dude. But anyways, so I just wanted to stop the song again to appreciate Hunter for just knowing 2.5 hours of work. So again, go over to Hunter's channel and check it out. I had it up here. Let me see here. I just got to make this smaller. Where's Ben? Ben, you should be posting this before me as I'm talking about it, to be honest with you. There it is. Hold on. There we go. I just want to be able to copy and paste on there. All right. Paste. There we go. Okay. So for when it comes to the content creating and stuff like that, people that aren't content creators just really have no, hey, how come it's, okay, one of them came out. People sometimes have no idea just how much work goes into it, and that we do put in the time and the effort to go out of our way to do that type of idea. It's not just about growing the channels and stuff like that, right? You want more awareness, but I just want to really say how literally much time to do a 2.5 hour video and to sit there and look through all that work, takes. And thank you. All right. No more interfering from Sunny. Bye-bye.
More than you'll ever know. And though the trail feels cold and lost, love still points us home. We're still calling you home through the dark, through the unknown. Every prayer, every tear says you're never alone. Though the nights feel so long and the answers don't come, we'll keep hope like a fire till you walk toward the sun. We're still calling you home. If you can hear us in the wind or feel us in the rain, know every step we take out here is calling you again. No time, no distance, no silence could ever break this thread you carried in 1,000 hearts. In every word unsaid, we're still calling you home. Through the dark, through the unknown, every prayer, every tear says you're never